Hello. Hello. I'm almost ready. I got stuff planned. I'm gonna do things today. uh, yeah. I'm excited. Maybe. I'm excited for some things. I'm scared for the others. um, let's see. Happy Tuesday. Be there in a minute. All right. Does this work? It does. Oh, this is so cool. Wait. And my mic's off screen. Yo. Okay. I can do this. I've got my camera hanging off of something, like literally just on the edge. Maybe it'll fall later, maybe it won't. So hopefully this will be good. Let's see, mic's on. That's good. Is audio on? The other one. Music's on. All right, I'm doing things right. So today's another development stream, probably. I always am like, oh, I'll do this and then I'll do that. But then developing takes forever because I'm bad at it. And then it takes the whole time. Oh, there's a mic. So yeah, we'll see what happens. But I'm thinking it'll be another stream with just developing. I have two projects going at the same time now. One is due tomorrow, and the other is due in like a week ish. So the one that's due tomorrow is almost done. I'll show you. It's pretty cool. There's one thing that I know of, key point, that's not working, and I need to make it work. So that'll be goal number one. And if I can't figure it out, we'll just go to the second project. There's always something to do, right? Yeah. So let's get started. Let me move all my screens around. Open a new tab. Okay. So here, I'll just show off for a minute. Here's my project. And I'll tell you with 100% certainty that I could have done this a lot better and more intuitively. And I kind of learned that through trying to attempt this project. Oh, I need to sneeze. Ooh. So this is my weather project, and this code right now, oops, wrong button. This code right now is the like homepage HTML. So like all this stuff, all these green lines are like links to other tools that I brought in that will like do calculations for me or format stuff for me. So I've got Day.js. I've got the some dates and times printing on screen, and I have them formatted in such a way like I think we'll see if I open this up. Wait, I want to open it differently. I'm going to open it this way. I've been testing with different towns too, so empty that out. Oh, it doesn't work. So like if I want to say Harrisburg, United States is my house, this works. You can see like there's a card here and it pulls in the weather. But Day.js is working here. Tuesday it pulls in, January 10th it pulls in. So that's literally all I'm using Day.js for. But I had to use like some complicated thing to get it to say instead of January 10, the TH was like some complicated piece of shit. Anyways, Then I'm using Bootstrap to format like all the pictures and stuff. Oh, hi Setsu. Hi. Hello. No sound, but hello. Morning, Noodle. What's up, Noodle? How are you? Ugh. I'm wearing like a tank top and I am overheating. And I have. No, I don't have the window open. Maybe that's what I need to do. Noodle, I'm a coder now. Let me show you my project. I'm just gonna open the window real quick. Holy shit, that's cold. I haven't figured out where I want to put the camera. It keeps like falling. Eventful week. Uh-oh. Like a good event? Tell me you got something good going on. Or is it like something crazy? I'll take both, but I hope it's good for you. Where do I stand? Here? Nah, it's no good. Not good! Oh shit! I'm sorry. Are you okay at least? I'm guessing you got your test back and you're sick? Everything's looking up. I'll take that. Noodle, I'm sorry. I hope whatever it is gets better. What is that? Oh, it's the mic. I was like, what the fuck is that thing on the edge of my screen? What's going on? Oh my god! He's doing better. Holy crap. Are you gonna... Oh, you can't even go visit him now. Damn. I'm sorry, buddy. I'm glad he's gonna be okay. Wait, when did he have a stroke? As soon as you said that you had light sensitivity, I knew instantly that was COVID. Because that was the worst when I got sick this summer. He went down 2 days ago. I'm guessing he's probably still in the hospital. I remember when I was a kid, someone who was my sports coach for like t-ball or baseball, like a little kid. You know, girls can't play baseball, so it was before softball became a thing for me, and my coach had a stroke, and it was really scary because I was little and I didn't understand. I just remember going to see him in the hospital because like my dad and him were friends, and like me and his son were friends, and I remember he was like having a bit of trouble verbalizing things out loud. Like everything in his mind was fine, but there was like a disconnect between his out external speech and his internal monologues. He was getting I remember he was getting like really mad and my dad was like, "It's okay, like it'll come back." That's like the only thing I know about strokes is that sometimes it can disrupt like how you do things. So, hopefully he'll recover quickly and not have too much of that because I know some people don't have that at all almost, and some people need a bit of therapy to get back to where they feel comfortable like expressing and doing things. He sounds drunk, yeah. Yeah. Well, at least he's got the care that he needs. I know some people will like go down and be like, it's fine, I don't need to go to the hospital. uh, wow. Well, maybe when you get better, you can go visit him or like call him or something. I guess you can call whenever. Fast recovery's good. Damn, that is scary. Neither of my parents have ever had like extreme health events like that, even though they're maybe not the healthiest. Yeah. So I can imagine it, but I don't think I can really understand it. Like I don't know. I had some like weird I get intrusive thoughts sometimes where it's like when I'm stressed out, my mind will just make up more shit to stress me out more. It's this really cool side effect of I don't know what, but it does happen. And actually, like 3 or 4 days ago, I had one of those like intrusive thoughts out of nowhere. I'm relating to, and this is a long story, but I had thought for like a split second that like my mom died. She didn't. She's fine. She has no like current health issues that would make her die. But yeah, it's those like what ifs. And like out of nowhere, while at like a family event, I started crying because I was like, oh my God, what if my mom dies? And it was just awful. Like I can't think of that stuff and like handle it very well. Um, so I can imagine how scary that would be, like if something actually happens for real. But thankfully, he's good. Shit, dude. Yeah, those what ifs will kill you. They'll like really mess you up. Ah, Noodle. Do you know what you're looking at on screen? Here, I'll make it bigger for you. I want someone to understand. This is HTML. So when you open it, like all the words on the screen, like weather forecast, the white stuff, those will be the words that show up on the screen. And then like all this orangey red looking stuff is like formatting shit, so you don't see it. Have you seen this before? And then like the blue stuff is just like how the categories are. So it knows what order to put things in, or like extra details that may or may not be used. Look. Wait, where's Ohio? Something in Ohio. Cleveland. We're gonna be Noodle, and we're not gonna use metric. We're gonna use imperial because it's Ohio. And this is Noodle's new house. You live in Cleveland now. Yes, that's literally that. That is 100% that. Like that is exactly what that is. Except instead of hijacking someone's website and changing it, I'm just making my own. Yes. Yes. Good. Oh man. Yeah, that was a good catch. That is 100% what that is. So like if I do like inspect or whatever and this shit comes up, this is sorry, I'm making the screen flash. But if you hover over something, it'll tell you like what part of the screen this is controlling or reading from, I guess. So like yeah. That's exactly what that is. And then you can like go in there and like change the words. Yeah. Wait, where's the welcome part? Here. Where does it say welcome? So you could be like, Noodle is a noob. You mess with it in school? Yeah, it's really fun. Oh, you were such a little hacker as a kid? That's awesome. I hope I got that accurate fact. Correct. Oh, alright. I'm gonna leave that there. Actually, I don't know. If I refresh, does it go back? Yeah, it does. Yeah, so this fucking shit is the easy part, right? The hard part is getting it to do stuff, which is just it sucks. It doesn't suck. It's just really hard. Like if you miss one little detail, things will break. For example, if I search let's go far away. San Diego, which is where TwitchCon usually is in United States. I'm gonna search what the weather is there, and it's supposed to change the page. So instead of it saying index HTML, it'll say results HTML. I currently have this on my like computer. Like yes, it's tedious. That's a good word. I set up my program to work live on the internet. And as you can see, 127.0.0.1 5500 is not a website name. It's just a little internal server that my computer is running by itself offline, right? So when I click this button, it will break because it won't know this. I'm going to have to manually fix it. But I'll show you San Diego's weather. So here, it has all this extra shit. I gotta erase. It doesn't know what that is. So here we are. And for whatever freaking reason, it's showing me not San Diego. It's showing me Munich, Germany, which was a previous search. Like you can see it's here on the page. San Diego's on the list. I can click San Diego now and get the fucking weather for San Diego. But it's not listening to me. It's just pulling up a random one. Watch, if I refresh, does it do it? Yeah, if I refresh 1,000 million times, it'll just pick one and put it on screen. So it's not really what I want. So I have to fix those little things, right? I have to make sure that when the page loads, it doesn't pick a random one. I have to make sure it picks the one I want it to pick. Like the most recent one. And alright, so that's thing number 1 that's broken. And I can just comment. I can just like hide one of the lines of code. I think I know which line of code is making it do that. In fact, I think it's this one. Don't worry about it. Let's test. So on the home page, now where do we go? We went to San Diego. Let's go to Sacramento, United States. Search. Fix this manually because it's set up to be on a live page. Shit. Okay. So it either shows a random or nothing, depending on if I use that one line of code. This is where troubleshooting comes in. Oh my god, Noodle. I've been working on this for more than 2 weeks, I think. It looks really good for, like, compared to the other projects I've made. I should show you at some point. Because they're ghetto and lame. They're not ghetto, they're just lame. Yeah. They're, like, very empty looking. But, like, this dark background and, like, the fonts and all that stuff, like, that comes from these 2 programs that I just like imported, and I'm making them do like all the formatting work for me. It's nice. I have to tell it how to format, but then it just does it, which is cool. Otherwise, if I don't use those cool programs that do things for me, I have to write like hundreds and hundreds of lines of code in this file. That's the formatting file. Right now, it's not even 50 lines. It's like nothing. If I didn't use those cool other programs like Bootstrap and Google Fonts to help me format, this will be like 300 lines. So it's actually kind of nice to just do the short version. This is like, even though I use Google Fonts, I have to tell it like where to put the font. That's like no big deal. Or like, maybe this exists in the other formatter, maybe it doesn't, but I couldn't find it, so I just did it manually. Like, how to like say how big the font is and like how tall the lines are between the fonts or between the words. Yeah. You did Code Combat. Oh, wasn't that the like learning thing? Hey, Saravi. Good morning. Oh my god, it's still morning. I thought it was late. Code Combat. I think I looked that up and then forgot to like do anything with it. Is it free? I bet it's not. I'm an educator. Recommended for independent learners, homeschoolers, and educators who want to continue using in their class. Immersive story-based curriculum, 6th grade to 8th grade standards. That's cool. Yo, Ryan! Hey, buddy. I bet you guys are working right now. Thanks for coming over. I appreciate the company. Setsu's been telling me, I've had so many questions for Setsu, I think I'm driving him nuts. He's like, you should be asking Ryan. I don't fucking know. But like in the nice Setsu way of saying it. You're doing code reviews? Oh, that sounds nice and chill. I wish I worked. Yeah, I would say same, Saravi, but I just recently quit my job and I could use the break. Ask me? Really? Okay, I don't know. You probably shouldn't just be saying that willy-nilly because I will drive you crazy. And I'll be saying, I'm not trying to drive you crazy, but here's 80 questions. No, 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 no. Don't do that. You have to be sure. Because there's no take-backsies. Okay, there are take-backsies, but I didn't want to tell you that. Oh, man. All right, what happens if I click I'm a student? Do I have to say who's my teacher? Aw. I want to play! Noodle, I'm scared of clicking these. What if it, like, forces me to be a student forever? Private window? Will that work? What the fuck is that? Copy. Paste. Alright. I pick student. I want to play. Oh, it lets you play? There's a classroom version. Enter a class code. Oh, it looks free. Wait, so what program do you learn? I see HTML's over here. And HTML's over here. If else, Boolean logic. I know those. Relational operators. Yeah. Oh, cool. What else is here? Simple AI scripting. I don't know what that is. Alright, it's in my browser history. Hopefully I'll actually remember to look it up this time properly. Alright, so what's wrong? I need to make a thing so when it opens the results page, it always opens the most recently searched result. Got it. Fuck, that doesn't sound easy. I thought I just had to, like, change one word or something. Does this still work? Clear history? Yes. Clear history does work. Look at that. So that means the card is empty because there's no history in there to show. And the history search bar is gone because there's no history to show. Okay, so some things do work and some things don't work. I have an idea on how to fix this, but I think it's gonna take a long time. I wonder if I can do it by tomorrow. So, alright, here's the plan. If I tackle this, I will make a thing in here. I'll show you. In local storage is what it's called. So, remember we said Noodle lives in Cleveland, Ohio now? Here's the home. Under home, keyword, this value is saved. This data is saved. And what is the data? We said Noodle's house is Cleveland. And it doesn't save like Ohio and United States. It actually saves the legit like latitude and longitude coordinates, which is really cool. So if we have a key that saves for home, we can make a key that saves the most recent search too. So see, I just did a search for Denver, and now you can see there's key number 2. History, like your search history, the one that's not your house, like all the other ones. We could go to like Rome, Italy. Sorry, I have to keep manually changing this. Don't ask. Rome is here. And now look, the search history has Denver, search 1, and Rome, search 2. And separately is still Noodle's house. So I'm thinking, because I told the browser to like save all this information, like where's the house, where are the other cities, I could probably make a third one that's like, I don't know, maybe I call it like display or most recent city or something. And it'll just save whatever's last in the list here or something like that. Yeah. I gotta look at the code and see where to put that, because there's a couple ways to search things. Number 1 is putting in code or putting in a city here in the search in this like form box. And number 2 is clicking a search history. So I have to say both of these are viable ways to put a city in the most recent search box, in the most recent search storage. And I'm not sure if my code is set up for that. So this is where I'm like, oh, I don't know if I can do this project in enough time, just because my code's really sloppy. I was showing my instructor my project because something was not working and I couldn't figure out what went wrong. And he was judging the shit out of me. He was like, oh, you shouldn't do it like this. I'm like, I know. Everyone's been telling me that. But too late. I also didn't know how to not do it that way. So, yep. It happens. It's a learning experience for sure. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if I'll be able to find where to put that. Like, third thing. Home, history, most recent search. This is where I keep basic information. Like, where is the button? Where is the other button? Other button? Clear history element. That works. Clear home works too, right? Yeah, those are the same. Okay. This function changes what page we're looking at, and it's set up to work when it's actually on like the internet and not just like a local practice version of the website. This is why I have to keep erasing this section of the code. Which is fine. I could even do this. Just make like an other version. The green stuff is just commentary for me, so I remember what's going on. So here, I'll turn on the local testing version, and that should make it easier. I won't have to like change the link. So in theory, if I hit back, yeah, it'll work now. Cool. Okay. That's not where I need to put my local storage. Changing the page is irrelevant. Capitalizing the first letter and last letter is irrelevant. Checking if the city is the same as a previous city. I don't know if I need that. I use this function called duplicate check to see, like, if I search up Denver again, I don't want to have another button that gets created called Denver. Then I'll have 2 Denvers and it's the same city. So I thought it'd be ugly to keep looking up a city and keep adding buttons. So I made something that like checks to see if I already used that one and then doesn't add it to the buttons if there's a duplicate. This also tells me where it was saved. What if same city but different state? That's a good question. Let's try that out. I think it will reject it. And so don't be surprised if you see a lot of holes in my code. Just because the main goal is functionality and not perfection. I'm sure you know that though. But let's say there's Springfield, right? I've just been searching skipping that state because it's optional. But Springfield, United States is in almost every state. Let me just pick one for sure. Oh, it's in other countries too? Yikes. Alright, so there's a Springfield, California. California in United States. I'm going to do a search. And here it is. And I don't know why, but I guess through geolocation coordinates, the weather comes up as Columbia, but it still saves my data, my history search as Springfield, which is the word that I typed in. But then here, let's pick another one. There's Springfield, Maine on the other coast. I think it'll get rejected. Wait, what's Maine? M-E? In United States? Search. Yeah, see, it doesn't do it. It'll only tell you one Springfield at a time right now. Yeah, see, that's the thing. This would be way more intricate if I had all that, because no, you're fine, Ryan. I know. Like right now my duplicate check only checks the city name. And the reason why is because the city is like the main driving factor of like getting weather data from this app. And that's like the one thing they told us to use to like really focus on, like if we put in a city name, can you get weather back? That's like the basic, most simplest goal for the minimum viable product. City name, weather, right? Apparently there's Springfields in other countries, right? If I type in Springfield and set it to New Zealand, I think it'll still break. Or not show. It's not breaking. It's doing what I told it to do, which is dumb. So if I do Springfield, New Zealand, it'll still be like, no. You can only have one Springfield. And so like in my code, right, I have the fetch URL that goes and gets the data. And so what it starts with is it takes the city name that the person wrote in the box and the state and the country, and then it changes it into geo coordinates. But state is optional. So I think what I would have to do is have like the duplicate check function run through the city name and also the state name and also the country name and compare all of those like together. But I didn't exactly have the concept in my brain to build that. So I just decided to do the city and leave it at that. Technically, doing even what I did was optional. So it was like an extra feature where it's like, oh, you can't add a duplicate city. Cool. If I come back to this and like at the end of my program, I could probably remake this better and like refactor this. That's definitely one thing that would be smart though. I'll add a note. Where's my readme? I have a roadmap of things that I would want to do. Modify duplicate check function to include comparisons with not only city name, but also state and country codes to prevent true duplicates. To prevent only true duplicates. There we go. That's something I didn't think of on my to-do list for eventually. What else? And then a side note, add state and country codes to search history buttons, sidebar buttons, so that you can tell which is which. Because right now it only takes, I noticed that, it only takes the city name and puts it on the button. So like, Rome, is that Rome? Which Rome is that? Like, because I'm pretty sure there's multiple Romes on Earth. And this could be very well be Springfield, New Zealand instead of Springfield, Ohio or whatever. That was a thought. This music is weird. Should I leave it? It's starting to become way too, like, noticeable in my head. right, I still gotta find where do I put the last local storage. But I will save that note. Git add dot git commit and added roadmap wish list item. There we go. Storage, okay. All right, duplicate checks where we left off. I don't need to mess with that. Actually, I might need to mess with that. Duplicate check checks to see if there's a city that's already in there and then tells you where it is. No, I don't need that. And then I have these two little baby functions that just take the values out of here. I didn't know how to do this in a better way. I don't know how to do like, what's it called? Deconstruction. Like, I know we're going to learn that soon. And my tutor told me like, oh, you could use that here, but I don't know how to do it. So I just made two functions. Function number 1 gets out one of these values and function number 2 gets out the other value. Whatever. But they are all connected to duplicate checks, so I probably can't do the local storage thing there. Populate sidebar. Maybe I'm thinking about this too much. If I add a search, I want the most recent search to be visible on screen. So in theory, if I add a search, I can just look at the local storage and see what's the last one in the list and show that one. No, that's not true, because what if I click the button and I go to a previous search? How do I do that? How do I do both? So take form or take the city from the form or take the city from the button and then show it on screen. I have to find where the button show on screen thing is. I think it's here. So that would mean I think I need a function that's like on an outer layer, but I'm not sure how to do it. Like, okay, this, it's a little tangled right now. I have to think if there's a way to untangle this. So this function is called populate sidebar, and all it does is it watches to see what's in this history key, and like there's 3 things in here, so it makes 3 buttons. That's all it does. It grabs a name from the cities section in here, and it puts the city in the button. That's it. And then when I click one of the buttons, this is the second function. So populate sidebar not only puts the buttons there with the names on it, but it also has a thing that watches to see if I click on them. And if I do click on them, this stuff happens. It will take the text out of it. It'll look at the text on the button. So if I click the Rome button, it'll take Rome, the word, and then it'll put Rome in lowercase. Check to see where it is in my history so it can get the latitude and longitude back out, the geolocation. And then once it gets the geolocation, it will search for the weather again and put the weather on the screen. So this is really tangled up. This populate sidebar not only puts the words on the screen, but it also listens to if I'm clicking on them. I think I need to take the clicking part out of here. And then hi Jello! I don't have emotes, so you have to pretend I sent one. You always send that one. My evil raccoon. I'll send it on your behalf. Hey, Peanut. Oh my god, you're here. Wait a minute. I thought that you died. Just kidding. Hope you're having a good day. I know school's keeping you really busy and you're tired, so I appreciate you coming over. Hi, Mike. Oh, wait, how did he do it? How did he do it? Mastermind. I use points. Oh, that's cool. I forgot I had that. Hell yeah. Mike, how's it going? I'm doing things that probably don't look like really fun games. I'm sorry. This is really interesting for me now, so hope that's okay. Joel's probably like, why is she writing these words all over the screen? Why are they different colors? I can just feel you guys judging me. I'm just kidding. Programming's always interesting. That is a lie. Because I will tell you, when I was not learning programming, it's so boring sometimes. Like, sometimes. Don't hear always, because I didn't say always. But sometimes it's really boring. Wait a minute. Let me think. So like, Setsu and I would hang out, right? And he'd be all like, oh, so there's this thing going on at work, and you know, then he'd tell me all about it and it's like coding stuff, and like that was before I knew anything related to code. So he would have to explain it to me in a way I could understand, and he was really good at like making metaphors or comparing things and whatever, so I could follow along. But sometimes, you know, just sometimes you don't really want to hear it because most of it's irrelevant to real life. Like, why, like this project that I have highlighted, this section, I'm like trying to make the weather show up a certain way on the screen, but everyone has seen so far it already works, right? So why is Derp still messing with it? You know, just turn it in. Like some people just aren't gonna care, and that's okay. But it's not always interesting because I see features. Yeah, I know. I want it to work, but like, I can't say that everyone here wants it to work. Everyone here probably wants to do something interesting to them. I'm probably making this sound bad, but what I'm trying to say is not everyone has the same, everyone doesn't have the same interests. And like, I'm aware of that. So I appreciate the people who do come out who probably don't have this as an interest, but still want to come say hi. Because that's honestly the best part of having a little community and having people who like you and want to support. That's like the coolest thing ever. Aww. See, look, you guys are so sweet. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Mike, thank you. That's way beyond I could ever have imagined that people would just want to like come hang out. But I enjoy it, and I'm glad that people do. I know a lot of times I don't have the most interesting streams, even when I am doing like high energy stuff. So it's much appreciated for sure. Let's see. I should probably get back to this code, because then if I actually code it correctly and we see stuff happen, that's probably the most interesting part, is seeing stuff happen. And I have an idea. I just don't know if it'll work. So I have this line, right? Line 98. I'll make it really big. We'll go back to big screen and everything. Look. Line 98. You gotta see this. This could potentially be the key to success. Not guaranteeing it, but this is an idea that I have that's like still forming. So when I make this sidebar with all the like buttons in it and stuff, I also make this ID inside of it. So somewhere in the HTML, you'll see the words city button dash a number. I is going to be a number. We're going to go find it in the code. I will show you how this can be cool. If we can find it, we can use it, I think. I think. Wait, where is my... Let me refresh. Header. Div. Oh, here it is. All right, so we're going to go in this section and find where it says whatever dash a number. What was it? City button dash a number. Any number will be good. Since there's 3 buttons and counting in coding language usually starts at 0, we'll see city button dash 0 for Denver. We should see city button dash 1 for Rome and city button dash 2 for Springfield. In here, getting closer, open the button, and here it is. City button dash 0. It gets cut off, but it's there. City button dash 0, right? And this one, city button 1, and then city button 2. So I gave the buttons an ID so that way my other coding interactive stuff can find it later. So ideas still forming, but in theory, instead of having the one program or the one function that makes this search history bar and the buttons and the things that does stuff when I click on it, I might take out the part where it does stuff when I click on it and put it, like, take it out. And then put that part, do something when I click the button. That code will come out and be side by side with do something if I hit search button, like when I have words in the form, like over here. So then I can say, like, if I click a button, do the button thing, or if I type in the form and hit search, then do that, like this or that. Since I was smart enough to make these IDs for once, I don't think I used them. Did I use them? I don't even think my code uses them, but I knew that would be a good idea to add. Oh no, I did. All right, so with that in mind, line 98 was where this idea started. Right now, history button element, this is just like a variable name. It's like a word that I made up, and I named it as best as I could to try and make myself remember that this word, history button element, attaches to the element here, this one button. So like this history button element is city button 0, and this history button element is city button 1, right? So that's where the letter I comes in again. That's the number, like 0, 1, 2, etc. So I'll have to recreate line 98 in a new way, but I think I can do it. Because obviously I is not actually a 0 or a 1 or a 2. It's just like whatever. And if it works as a number right now because it's in this big ass function called populate sidebar. As soon as I take this code out, it's gonna break because it won't know what that number is anymore. I gets to find in here on line 84, and if I take this out, then they are not talking to each other anymore, and it'll be like, what's I? So let's see. I don't even know where to put this in my code. I don't know if you can see on the right, like above my head, there's like there's like this mini map thing. It's like super teeny tiny code. Like it's so miniature next to me right here. And this is literally the code on screen, but small, so you can like click on it and like jump to a certain location. Like this is long. Usually my code stops like right here on line like 100, but it's how many lines? It's almost 400 lines long. It's really long. I think I bit off way more than I can chew, but that's okay. I'm going to copy this part and then tell it to just hide for a minute. And just below it, I'm going to make a function. Wait. Function most recent search. I just made up that name. You can just make up anything. All right. And right now the code doesn't work because it doesn't know what I is. So I'm going to try and tell it what I is. Wait, I messed up. This goes together. All right, this isn't done yet, but this might actually do something. I don't know. Okay, so most recent search. And then I have to do an if statement of some sort. If button, then button things, or else, sorry, else if form, then form things. This makes probably no sense, but I think it's the shorthand. If I do a button, then make the button do things. Or if I do use the form, then use the form things. Make the form do something. Okay. I can't tell if I'm hungry or not. I had breakfast, but it's noon. And it was a late breakfast too, but it was like I had a bunch of sugar. It was like a blueberries, pile of blueberries, and a cereal that has coconut. Hey, Maury. But instead of using milk, we only had this like weird sugary milk made out of coconut milk. I don't want to talk about it, but it's tasty. But it was like all sugar. Maury, what are you up to? I saw you've been streaming again. What country are you in, actually? Ototo! Hi. Look, I'm doing things that are not my usual Overwatch. Can you believe it? I'm trying to figure out how to fix something. The short version of this is, let me close that. I am making this weather forecasting thing. And right now, if you refresh the page, it doesn't show you any weather. I want it to show you the most recent thing that you've searched for. I can make it show me weather if I click one of these buttons, or if I do like a search in here. But I want it to work like no matter what. You're in UK again. Okay. Wait, what happened? Did you fall over? I didn't know you had pain in your left side. Wait, what does that mean? Did you have like a heart attack or something? I hope you're okay. No. Sorry, that was insensitive. What's wrong? Did you have a biking accident? You did not have a heart attack. That's good. I was assuming you didn't and just being stupid. I'm standing though. It's so fun. I can like jiggle around. Oh, it's weird because my mouse is behind me. But yeah. It's really fun. I should have done this more often. Every once in a while I'll do like a standing stream or a standing session at my desk. And like, it's really nice. And then I never do it again until I remember that my desk goes up. Yeah, you know it. I know I should. You have an unexplained pain in your left side. Just from last night. Okay. I'm like, why don't I know what this is? Like, has something been going on? Okay. So, I hope it's not bad, I guess. Like, I hope it's nothing serious. I get that though sometimes. Maybe it's just like one of those unexplained things where your body's complaining, but it didn't really need much. Maybe just like a glass of water or some rest. Was it like severe? I'm still just laughing at the dancing derp. The only problem is my feet are cold, and I don't like cold feet. So I'm gonna put these on. Wait. Easy. There's zebra. That's the heel. Hopefully this helps. Hopefully it's not too late. Because I don't know about you, but when my feet get cold, they kind of don't really warm up till like tomorrow. And I'm not even exaggerating. I've done it. I've had problems falling asleep because my feet are cold and they just, for hours, don't warm up, even if I'm in the blankets and stuff. Ugh. Okay. I'm now equipped with socks. That should help. Ooh, and standing is good because you can kind of stretch out a little bit. You know? Stretch out those leggy muscles and stuff. I've been doing so much sitting because I've been behind on my project and I've been rushing and like cramming, staying up till 3 a.m. No, that's not exaggeration either. I've been like working my ass off and also dragging in Setsu and dragging in this tutor that's offered by my class. They like offer tutoring, and this one guy's really good. And really, mostly he's really good because he's patient with me. Because sometimes things don't click right away. So I found someone who can tolerate me, which is great. It's not a very common thing. And I've also been doing this other thing. There's like another tutoring service that's not exactly tutoring. It's like if you're stuck and there's like one really small thing that you just can't figure out, you're allowed to ask them, hey, can you help me with this really small thing? I don't get it. And then they'll be like, oh yeah, you forgot. You need to change the plus into a minus or something. Like really small. And then you go, thanks. And then the chat closes and you have the like little rate my service thing, like 1 through 5 or whatever. Yeah. So, yeah. I've been bothering all of those people. What I want to know now, though, is can I get this to listen to the buttons? If I take it out of that function, if I take this code out of that other function, can I get it to work still? So what is this doing? I'm making a loop that loops as many times as it needs to, which by definition is as many times as the storage. Oh, I need to define that. Then it will know how to loop, how many times to loop. There. That might have helped. So if I tell it the storage is here, then it will make as many button listeners as there are buttons and put the numbers on them correctly. And then if I click it, then it does stuff. Let's see if that fixed it. Denver. Oh shit, no. No. Okay, that didn't work. What do I have? Oh, I know. I can test it. So we're gonna go to the code. This sources tab in the background of my browser is awesome because it's the exact same code I'm looking at here. So like if I go to line 120, I'll find the function most recent search in here. Let's see. 200, 100. Here. So most recent search is here. Oh, I know why it's not working. I didn't tell it to do anything. Let's just turn on the function so it runs. Boop. Oh, I don't have everything hooked up. I'm getting there. So what do I need to do? I need to do if city storage has values, then for loop runs. I need to make sure that when there's no cities saved on the screen, it doesn't make this, it doesn't run. Because if it does, when it's trying to read things that aren't there, it'll break. So I need to add that. And then what else? The index. New index. How do I get new index? How did I do it last time? No, that should still work. New index gets me the number of where I saved my city in order. And then it gets the word, the city name from it, puts it into lowercase, and then goes into storage and gets the coordinates from latitude and longitude and puts it on the screen. Okay, so that should be fine. City's storage is this. Here, I'm gonna put this blue marker on my code in the browser, and then I'm gonna refresh the page. Line 137 tells me that this function's gonna run as soon as I turn the page on, like as soon as I refresh. And the blue marker here is going to pause it, so then I can test some of my variables and see if they're getting information or not. All right, so refresh, here it's paused. I'm gonna go one line down actually and see, does this variable have stuff in it? It does. It should have what? Denver, Rome, and Springfield, and it does. And then if we see dot length, it tells us there's 3 things in there, so that's good. It's getting the information. And then the for loop's gonna run. And I want to see if history button element gives me the correct information each time the loop goes around. All right, so number 1 is history button element. What does it give me? Oh wait, I can see it's doing nothing right now. The buttons aren't on the page yet. I have to make this function run after the other function runs. How do I do that? This isn't working because the buttons aren't on the page yet. The buttons have to be there first. Because it said history button element is empty for obvious reasons. It's only until after this runs that the buttons are on the page. I might need to look that up. How to get a function to run after another function on page load, right when I refresh the page, one and then the other. And I'm using JavaScript as my language, so I gotta make sure to pick that and not jQuery. 13 years ago, someone had a problem like this. Let's see if this forum will help. They said, I'm executing an external script using script inside head. But since the script executes before the page is loaded, I can't get access to the other parts of the code. Okay, this might not be the same problem as me, but it's similar-ish. Among other things, I'd like to execute some JavaScript after the document has been loaded. Are there events that I can hook onto when my script executes that gets triggered on page load? All right, this person gives options: on load or window on load function. Document on load or window on load? I don't know which one. Probably the last two, because the top two have to do with HTML, but I'm writing inside of my JavaScript page, so I can't put that there. I'm gonna think about this. Be right back, guys. I need to just walk around for a second and think. Mm-hmm. All right, I'm here. Sorry about that. I could sense I was losing energy and like focus. So I went and got some soup. Um, and I was thinking too about this forum where they're like, oh, use document.onload or use window.onload. It reminded me of another program I'm working on in a group project. And I wonder if I can use the thing that was in here. Yeah, this. Document.add event listener. DOM content loaded was another thing. This one may or may not be useful, but apparently the event listener using DOM content loaded allows this function to wait until after everything on the screen is up. What I don't know is, will it wait until everything is on the screen plus the functions that make more stuff on the screen? Or will it just wait till the first thing? I don't know. But that's something I can try. Add event listener, this thing. I have to see if there's a version for jQuery. And I think there is. I was using this last night. Materialize. There. Document.ready. That could be good. I think I'm using jQuery. Am I using jQuery? Yes. Had to check. I'm using jQuery in my code, so I can probably use this document.ready. Well, I might be able to use this. The other idea is if this doesn't work, I have to do some research on how to do asynchronous functions, I think. I think that's the other avenue. Because I think a synchronous function is one that runs like on a certain time, like on page load, regardless of anything else that's happening. Or when another function calls it, for example. So I think most of my functions right now are synchronous. I'm trying to make this one, most recent search, I'm trying to make this as an asynchronous function. And I think that's wrong. The idea was when the page gets loaded, do stuff. But I have another one that does that, and they're conflicting. Oh, maybe I can tell this one to wait for something else. And then this one will call that one. Oh, maybe I don't have to do any hard work anyways. At the end of all this stuff, then that runs. Ha! Right? Right? That'll be good, right? What calls populate sidebar? Wait a minute. Ah, okay. Interesting. My stuff is connected so far into each other. Everything points back to another function. There's like only one function probably in here that doesn't have another function like called in it, or it's been called from something. Okay, so let's get straight. Show hide in general will turn on the sidebar. Yeah. Show hide sidebar. So populate sidebar gets called, which then calls the thing for the buttons to work. I don't know if I want that. Show hide home also runs separately. Are they gonna mess with each other? Home storage Oh no, this only shows the home whether or not. So the sidebar we want. Yeah, okay, that it's I'm still stuck cuz this function show hide sidebar uh show hide history, I can call it. No, don't change the name. It doesn't matter. Show hide is something that looks at the sidebar and says, if there's anything in here, show it. And if there's nothing in here, hide it. So the problem is if I connect this function to the one I'm about to write, the most recent search, the risk is that it won't do the other things that I want it to do, such as listening to the form inputs. Because I want most recent search to listen to the form inputs and the sidebar. And if this making this sidebar calls this function, it won't break when the sidebar is there, but when the sidebar isn't there, it will break. So I can't put this here. Where can I put this? Maybe I'll have a secondary thing where it gets called here no matter what. And then I'll just say like, if there's no values in city storage, or if there are values in city storage, okay, then do stuff in here. That's what I'll do. If there are values in city storage, then make all the buttons listeners. And if there's no values, then don't do anything. Cool. If history local storage has values, make the event listeners on the buttons. Otherwise, don't do it. Okay. And then I need to make the thing that listens to the search button. And my search button's way down here. This guy. It collects info from the landing page to put into query. So I'm going to copy this and then just hide it for right now. Actually, wait. I'm going to copy all of it, including the comment, and then hide it. And then recent, I'll put it in here. All right, what? Can I do this? Search button is a globally scoped variable at the top of my page here. So no matter what, it will know what a search button is. No, I don't think I want to do this. Wait. This is not right. Let's see. All right, is the first half right? I think I'm jumping too fast. If there's a value in the history, run this for loop. And what the for loop does is say, attach stuff to the page, like look at the page and check the number. And then when you click one of them that has the number, don't refresh, but look at the rest of the code, which is if we're looking at the home page, then switch to the other one. And then this is like the main part. It says, find the city name again from local storage, and then pull out where to get it. And then once it finds where to get the information, like latitude and longitude, run the code that puts it on the page. So in theory, this part is fine. It makes the event listeners, and if you click it, then it does something. This one, for the form, also makes an event listener, and I don't have to put it inside of an if statement because it only carries one thing at a time. And then somewhere I need to save to local storage. Save value from, what is this called? Most recent search to, oh my god, why is it typing double letters? To new local storage keyword, which I'm going to call most recent, I guess. This is getting really confusing. So, all right. Let me just pause for a minute. So I've learned to code a little bit at a time. I've learned how to do a lot of stuff, but something they don't teach very well in class that they're like, "Oh, you'll just get over time," is two things. Are two things. Number one is planning. They do not teach planning. They just are like, "Yeah, you can just make programs now." Like, all right, yes, I can make programs now, but like, what the fuck am I doing? Right? So, they teach you how to make stuff, but they don't teach you how to plan it. You're just supposed to get the experience as you go and like learn from your mistakes, which is fine. It's just I feel like they could have structured the class a little bit more and given it a little bit more provided a little bit more guideline along the way, because I'm not looking for structure. I'm not looking for like them telling us this is what you have to do, and if it doesn't follow these exact criteria, you're wrong. Like, I don't need that either. But it's really hard to code these larger projects now when we haven't gone over like best practices in terms of planning. Like, Setsu and I have talked about this a good bit, and that's a huge downfall of this program. And then the second thing is debugging. They show us the only way they show us how to do debugging is by writing console logs, which is okay, but it's slow. Guten Morgen to you as well. Can you speak German? I know a few people who have tried to learn it or have learned it, but I don't know anyone who speaks it natively or as a second language. That's really cool. Did you take classes? Or like, what's your background with German? Sorry, I'm having lunch. Duolingo for the win! Yes! In my classes, I had my students work with Duolingo. In high school, that makes sense. Did your teacher make you practice on Duolingo, or did you do it by yourself? Just out of pure curiosity. Because, on your own, okay. A lot of people had fun with that. So I'm glad you found it. I had a thing in my class where, like, it changed over the years, but I found there's like a billion million topics in there. And for my beginner kiddos, it worked really well because Duolingo starts like right at the beginning. So it was cool. The kids who got into it, they actually learned a lot, and it really improved their speaking and writing and creativity. Like being able to say things that aren't just like, "Hi, my name is." They would be like, "Her name is Chicken Nugget. what a fatso. You know, like they would be making sassy middle school jokes or something in French, which was really cool. And exchange students. We've never done that. Oh, I would have liked to have done that. That was really cool, I bet. I'm jealous. I've never done that in my entire life. Like, not through school and not through language programs. I've only ever done exchange through like a cultural program where like you're from one country and there's people from another country and you're like the goal of the program was to like make the world a little bit smaller. Like, see, we're not that different. Like, and we can celebrate the things that are different because it's neat and fun and not wrong. It's just different, you know? So I've done cultural exchanges, but never language exchange. That sounds awesome. Planet did not change size. I know. Just stupid human stuff. Don't worry about it, Zarknor. Hi. Zarknor, do you eat soup? And I don't mean that in a do you eat it or do you drink it type question. Do you consume soup? Happy Tuesday. Thanks for coming over. Sorry, that was loud. I really want to do a language exchange now. I've got a veggie soup. This Setsu's mom made it, and that makes it the best ever. It's so good. She even told me like, "Oh yeah, do you like it?" Because we had some at her house, and I was like, "Yeah, it's really good." And she's like, "Yeah, we learned how to make it because when we moved to this country, we had to learn how to make things with things from this country, or make soup with things from this country." I'm like, "Oh my god!" It's literally like carrots and potatoes and tomatoes and onions. Like it's normal soup items for North Americans, but not normal for Setsu's mama. I can appreciate that. I think doing cultural exchange as a kid in many different situations was really good. Normal soup items. No, that's what I'm saying. It's like normal, quote unquote, like for this region. But meanwhile, Setsu's mamas used to like daikon, like the white radish looking thing, and like um different types of like bone, which we use too, but she also puts in like a ton of ginger usually into her soups, and I can't think of her go-to, but ginger's in a lot of them for health benefits. She has like different soups for a million different things. Like some of them like are really intricate and some of them are kind of funny. Like she has a soup and she's like, "This one's good for fertility. Here, drink it. This one's good for if you're on your period. Here you go." And like yeah, we don't have those conversations, but she just will make soup like just for me sometimes, and it's really funny. Oh yeah, definitely. No, I didn't mean to imply like she can't get the things that she's used to anymore. She can. There's an entire community of Chinese Americans in her area, so they do all kinds of stuff. A lot of folks have their own gardens too. Like Sami Ma is Setsu's auntie, and she has a nice, fairly decently sized room. It's almost like the size of a bathroom, um, like not a powder room, but like a normal bathroom, and it's a greenhouse attached to her back kitchen, and like she has all kinds of stuff growing in there, and they like everybody shares and stuff. And it's not always like it's not just like the family members that will pass things around. It's like people in town. They know that everyone wants access to certain foods, like fruits, veggies, everything. And then there's also markets in the area. I don't know if everything they ever want is available, but I know there's a lot of stuff there. In fact, we were asking Setsu's dad, what happens, or not what happens. We were having food and we were like, "Oh, what's your favorite type of crab?" Because they like to talk fish types and crab types. Um, it's a special interest because his dad's business was like a fish shop, like exotic fish at one point. So he knows all these kinds of things. Like they know the names for like a lot of different fish, and normally Americans like it's a fish. I don't know, it's a white fish. Maybe like they actually know the things that they eat by name for pure reason of interest and past business. Yeah, there you go. You know a bunch of them. Well, apparently there's some others that are local to the region where they moved from that you don't get here for whatever reason. And he's like, "Oh man, those ones are really good." So, they can't get just about they can't get everything, but they can get just about everything. So like a lot of the soups that I've had, they're different than what I've ever tried growing up, but I also can't really say that they're exotic or strange or out of this world or whatever people say. I can't say any of those things because I just haven't had soup that much growing up. So, yeah. Yeah, definitely. And we weren't able to translate the type of crab he was talking about, so I don't know if we'll ever find out. I don't know. Sometimes we just get talking about fun stuff like Setsu learned last time we went to visit that they have family in different countries that he had no idea. He thought everyone was either in China or here, and that's not the case. Apparently, they're like on many different continents, like distant family, people who you've probably never heard of. Something that's fun to try is sea cucumber. Have you ever had that? Setsu doesn't like it, so he always makes me eat it. Then we get some. It's okay. I feel, isn't it an animal? Wait, what did I say? I didn't say a number of them. I just said several, didn't I? I didn't say 7. What did I say? Yeah, they're all on Earth. He just had no idea. I said many. Okay. Well, and just countries. Many different countries, too. Like, I think some of them might be in North America, but just in Canada, not here. Yeah, I've eaten sea cucumber. I feel guilty about it for some reason. Because I eat other creatures and I guess I'm just more used to it. But there are times when I eat stuff and I'm like, are you sure you're allowed to fish those? Like, we don't have them much. Are you sure this is okay? That's me being super ignorant. But I don't know. Or like, what is it? Abalone? And shark fin soup. This is not something that Setsu's family makes. On record, they don't make that. They will never make that. They never have made that. Not joking. Apparently, there's like a huge illegal market for it. And don't look it up unless you want to be disgusted. But there's a lot of animal cruelty involved, and restaurants will sell it because it has like, I don't know. There's like some properties that are good luck or good health or something related to it, and so it's like a highly sought after delicacy. If you ever see shark fin soup, don't ask them about it on the menu. Like, don't ask the restaurant people. Because it's a lose lose. Yeah. I can't tell you the specifics because I just don't remember them, but I know There are a lot of restaurants that will sell on their menu. There's a list item that says shark fin soup, but these days it's all like knockoff and not real, or it's like it's something else that's not the banned soup item, and people still just like it because of the cultural reason of like, you know, we've been eating this for hundreds of years and it's like a thing. It's in our cultural heritage, so they like continue to have it even though it's not real. It's the same reason why people like imitation crab. It's not the same reason, but it's the same reason why people would eat imitation crab and it's not crab. Maybe they're allergic to real crab, but they like the idea of it. I don't know. So you can get a lot of knockoff shark fin soup, but it's a risk because if you ask them, like, what are they going to say? If you ask, oh, is this real shark fin soup? They have to admit to committing a crime, or they have to admit it's not real and not going to provide you with whatever positive properties it's supposed to carry. So I don't know. I just wouldn't touch it if I were you. Because what if it is real and then you're part of the crime? Don't do it. um, yeah, there's and tiger stuff. Don't look that up either. But um, there's one with tigers too. What else is there? There's a lot. I just remember being like a teen. My parents used to watch this show that I can't remember the name, but it was like anti whale hunting show. And there was this person with his own privately owned boat and a TV crew, and they'd all hop on the boat together and go out into deep ocean and like hunt whale hunters because Japan was like illegally fishing for whales. You're allowed to fish for whales on this planet if it's for science, and you're allowed to kill some of them for science, and that's it. There's like a quota, and you can't go past that. But like back when I was a teen, Japan was like, nah, we're gonna do what we want anyway. And they were like, high speed murdering many whales, and they would say it's for science, and like they would fight each other. The one boat would pull alongside the other boat, and they would like throw stink bombs. Like the privately owned guy with the camera crew, they would like throw stink bombs and like glue bombs and just like random irritants at the Japanese boat so that the crew members didn't want to be on the deck and like doing whale killing things. So they'd have to like waste their time cleaning up the deck before going back to work. I'm like, that's all I remember. But that was a weird show. I think it brought a lot of light to the issues in the world with like fishing for commodities, but it was super weird. All right. That was a nice break. I gotta get back to the code, I think. It's a pastime. Really? Yeah, I don't know if it has, like, what meaning it carries to go out and kill a whale. I know, like, at least in the European style books, like, the guy with one leg who goes to hunt the whale that ate his leg, he wants to, like, get vengeance. That's, like, a very old story. Moby Dick, thank you. People used to think that creatures of the sea were all like these despicable monsters that would like try and kill you. Yeah, I remember that. I don't know about Eastern cultures, like on other continents and stuff. I don't know what the mindset is about whales, but I think most animals are considered to carry certain properties. Like this one healthy, and this one brings good luck, and this one brings wealth, and this one brings evil and bad luck, you know. Yeah, they do. Uh-huh. Yeah, I think a lot of people wanted to trade whale parts. Many animals. What's the other one? Pangolin? I don't know who goes after them because I'm not sure what continent they're on, but I know pangolins are like super duper at risk. They're those little animals that look like armadillos, sort of. They have an armored back. They're like armadillo slash anteater kind of looking guys. They're all like curled and rounded, and they're like diggy, and they have scales like a stegosaurus, like a lizard. Hmm. I think I'm making a mess out of my code, by the way. Yeah, they're so cute. And and wait, I just my mind, I can't make it stop. I just thought of another one. This is not one that's been like hunted for health benefits or for hunting, but in Mexico City, Mexico, there is a tiny creature, little lizard fishy looking guy called an axolotl, and they are being marketed into plushies and people are buying them as pets, and it's like this big thing now. They're those little lizard looking guys that have like the side fins. Yeah. Their entire marshy area where they've lived has been bulldozed over, and Mexico City is on it. It's impossible. You're close. I can't confirm that it's any of those, but I don't think it is. It starts with an X. Oh no, it doesn't. It starts with an A. Yeah, but they don't have their natural habitat. Yeah, you found it. I just went looking too. But like their habitat is gone. It's not there. It's been completely built over. And the ones that have been saved, extracted basically from that area are so inbred now. Like so ridiculously inbred that they're not like capable of doing anything. That's why everyone says they're so stupid. It's because like they're not actually the creature that was once outside. So they're only ever able to be kept as pets now. They can't be re-released because number one, there is no environment for them to be released to, and number two, they've been so like terribly bred now that they can't survive in the wild, even if there was an environment left for them to go to. So like they're effectively extinct in the wild. They're just like a fun pet for humans to have, and they'll only exist for as long as humans feel like having them around at this point. It's really weird. It's the only animal I know of that's in this situation where like they truly don't exist. I know there's like the Galapagos turtles and stuff, but like I think that's different because they still live outside in Galapagos, whereas axolotl doesn't live anywhere. It's like on someone's countertop. I don't know. It's weird. When I learned that, it was my Latin teacher friend that told me about that, and I was like, I didn't know how to feel for the longest time. I think mostly it was just sad. Just because it's a human made problem. Another one of the many. Alright, I think I'm going to bring the chair in. Let's see how this goes. Ayo. This desk is great. Okay. Yeah. Alright, maybe we do this for a while? Yeah. Well, 98% of human problems are. What about the rest of the world and the environment? I guess, yeah, that would be too. Ugh. I'm starting to feel a little discouraged on this project. Let me tell you. I feel like I'm getting somewhere, but I'm also really lost at the same time. And it goes back to where I was saying, like, they don't teach planning and they don't teach like adequate debugging. I know some of it's just you have to have critical thinking skills for both, obviously. But I don't know. I think I just don't know where I'm going. I know where I want to end up. But there's too many steps from where I am to where I'm going, and I'm missing that planning stage. Thank you. I'm thinking. Um, Here, let's make it bigger. This is something that I can make work. I just don't know how. Yet. It's my weather project. Oops, not that. Where is it? Oh, it's here. So I'll take this off. I have this function I'm trying to build called most recent search. And I want to set the value it obtains into a new local storage key. That's the plan. And then once it has a new local storage key, the page will be the page right now is empty on refresh, but I'm going to change it so that when the page refreshes, it will get the information from the most recent local storage key and put it on the page. So like the end part of this like line of thinking I have, but the beginning I don't have. So the beginning part is talking out loud, thinking out loud here. I have 3 elements on screen. The left side, comments and stubs. Stubs are empty functions that you use as placeholders for functionality, and comments will detail what each section does. Fill in the code between the comments and sections, like making an outline and filling in points when writing. Okay. That's cool. I think that's another thing. You're probably hitting the nail on the head, and I might just be missing the point. But the other question that leads me to is what happens when I have functions that rely on other functions? And like the one that's dependent on the other is potentially built, but the other that provides things to it isn't built. Like, what about the testing stage and stuff? Because I know it's stupid to like build the second one before you build the first one if they depend on each other, but like sometimes it just happens that way where I know how to do something, so I'll go for it and like try and get as far as I can with it, even though it's out of order. Is that like just stupid? Should I just try and do things in order no matter what? Functions can call functions. If you're doing so, then primary function should have all data needed first. All right, so just do it in order. Okay. I have this really bad habit of building the second one first, or I'll build stuff and it's super interconnected, like way too interconnected, and then I'll realize like later, like, oh, I should probably extract this section of the function and make it its own thing, and then I have to redo it a little bit so that I can actually extract that bit of code correctly and not break everything. It's so hard. I think that's the going back to the planning though. Like there's been a lot of oversight in this particular project. There's just been so much oversight, which if I'm using that word correctly, is building stuff without realizing what I need to build. Building random things and then going, "Oh shit." I think that's what oversight means. And if it does, that's what's been happening a lot. Hi, Satsu. I just had some soup. Yeah, it's so good. Hmm. Yeah. So this doesn't do anything yet. Oh, it does. Oh shit. Okay, so this still works. Cool. Goal number one was what? What was I doing? I think I took the button listeners out of somewhere and remade them somewhere else, and they work. That's good. The next step is to make the new local storage key. He's not really. He actually is conveniently, since you asked, going in tomorrow. We're hoping that he actually doesn't, though. Backstory: he does not work in an office full time. He's work from home. His team decided to just work from home. They all put a vote on it because they were allowed to vote, and they said, "Fuck it, we're not coming." So the short of it is, he's a work from home employee. He still lives within like reasonable distance of the campus, the work campus, so he can go if he wants to. But I think they repurposed all the desks and offices already. I think they're planning to rent it out or something to like another company. Number two, he's going tomorrow because they have quarterly planning and big room planning going on, and they want to meet in person to just hash all this stuff out. However, Setsu and his best buddy, who work on the same team together at the same company, Thousand Sunny. Maybe you remember him, maybe not. Probably not, because he's a very busy guy. But in any case, Setsu and Thousand Sunny work in the same team, and they both are aware that the manager is currently very sick and going to work tomorrow. So, um, that knowledge plus the knowledge that there is a new variant of COVID that's very aggressive going around, um, I think they're planning to have a discussion with the manager today and say, we're not comfortable with going in, especially since you're so sick. Maybe we can just do it online. I actually haven't looked it up. XBB? Why would it be an X if the one this summer was like B? Have there just been that many? Or is it a different counting system than A, B, C, D? I think I read Australia. XBB 1.1.5. Subvariant. Australia. It's a subvariant of Omicron. I know. It's terrible. Um, World Health Organization, most transmissible subvariant yet. It's in Australia and Europe. More than 40% of infections in the United States have been this one? Wait, what? This is a vague sentence. This could mean, according to US CDC, more than 40% of the country. Does that mean that the country that this is from, the United States country, is US the country they're talking about? This is a poorly written sentence. I hate poorly written sentences. Just be explicit. Percent of United States infections. What country? Are they talking about Australia? Because the title of this is about Australia. So Noodle has COVID right now. Does he have this one? Okay. Super variant. Wonderful. 1.5 has been spreading throughout the US as well. Okay, okay. I just, everywhere I read, it was like, oh, it's Australia. It's not here. Oh, that actually makes a lot of sense. Okay. Oh, this makes me so mad. I have a HEPA filter in my bedroom right now, but the people, my roommates, they actually don't do anything for preventative measures. They're going to Disney World in a month. Like, they just do not give a shit about anything. And it puts me at risk, and I hate that because I'm unemployed and have no health insurance. So I guess they're footing the bill if I get sickly and almost die. Because I got COVID this summer, and I felt like I was dying. I had to go to the hospital. It sucked. I did an overnighter. um, yeah. So I really hope Setsu doesn't go to the office. That was a really long way of saying he's supposed to go tomorrow, but we hope he doesn't. Damn. All right. Does this work? Give me a city. Springfield. Is Australia AU? Wasn't there one in Springfield? Oh wait, no, there's already a Springfield. Wait, I can't say Springfield. I have to say a different one. Even if I pick a different state or city, or a different state or a different country, it'll still say no because there's already a Springfield over here. um, Huron, United States. That's in Ohio. There we go. It shows on the screen. Okay, so I'm almost there. But if I refresh, it'll be empty, right? Yeah. Okay. All right. Cool. Oh, oh, this is so nice. Uh. Okay, it's less complicated than I was thinking. I have an event listener on the form, and I have an event listener on each button. It will break. The event listeners will break if I take the settings and destroy them. So I have to figure out how to fix that. Oh no, I already did that. If the local storage thing has values, then make the event listeners. Otherwise, don't. Okay, I fixed that, and then I need to make a new local storage. So the button event listeners come from the list of local storage, but the clicked item is going to go to a new one. All right, this stays. And I don't need that. And this is the same thing as the other line. Okay. Save value from most recent search to new local storage keyword. Okay, every time I make a new keyword in local storage, I forget how to do it. Let's see if I can do it. Var most recent equals json.parse. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'll message you about it. That's all good. Sorry for making things confusing. My roommates are relatives, though. And, they could be better. And then the new name is going to be, what did I want? Most recent. Yeah, I'll message you. I'll put it on my list. Message Zarknor about living quarters. There. This sticky note's been saving me for the last several weeks. And look, it has, I don't know, it's so small on screen, but it still has the thing you told me about stream settings. On Wi-Fi, bitrate is 2500. On Ethernet, bitrate is 5000. I'm using this. I also use this to write down the things that my tutor is telling me. Like when we have like 50 minutes a week that we're allowed to work with a tutor. And I don't know. There's been like a million things that he's told me, and I write them in here especially if we don't finish everything during the session. Like my code is so long right now. It's the whole screen in the map. It's literally that long. And so I'll like make notes in here. Yeah, and then this Saravi, I think you were here when we were talking about this stuff. That guy, big dumb hippie, popped into the voice chat when we were hanging out in Discord and was telling me about different um job positions that are out there. Scrum Master was one, Project Manager was one, and Project Coordinator was the other. I didn't know about the project ones. I only knew about the Scrum Master. Because Setsu works with a Scrum Master. And I'm sure he works with the other people too, but maybe less directly. His manager probably works with those people. Or maybe his manager is a project manager. I don't know. I'll have to ask him what everyone's position is. But yeah, I was telling Hippie about like this group project that's starting and how it's been a little difficult, like kind of telling my group members like, okay, move along. We have to produce work now. We need to accomplish things. Okay? Yeah? You want to work on the project? Oh, yeah. What do you want to do? Hmm? Oh, you don't have any plans? You're not gonna you're not actually gonna work on it? You're just saying that you're gonna work on it, but you don't know what you're gonna work on? Okay. Why don't we make a to-do list? This is like 8,000 things we need to do by tomorrow. Why don't you pick 3,000 of them and I'll do the other 5,000? Hmm? Oh, you're not gonna pick? Okay. Let me fucking pick for you. You're doing this. You're doing this. I'm doing that. Done. Ah. What do I think of PHP? I don't have an opinion on PHP. I am learning how to develop and I'm doing good by leaps and bounds by far. However, I haven't learned PHP. Sorry, NetFreak. Wait. What is that? Hypertext preprocessor scripting language. How old is it? It's old, isn't it? Oh, Zarknor doesn't like PHP. And yeah, Zarknor, about the PM and PC jobs, the guy who was telling me about them said he doesn't know coding and that you don't need it. So I was aware of that. I think it would be nice to know. Well, it was nice to know, like, even if I don't get a developing job at the end of this program, like, there are other options. Like, as a teacher, I managed a bunch of children and I managed a bunch of teenagers. It's not the same managing a bunch of adults, but like I do have the skills to sort of organize and see big picture and delegate based on people's skill sets and stuff. I don't know if that's necessarily what those roles do, but I have certain managerial skill sets in place. The only thing I didn't like to hear when he was telling me about PMs and PCs is that it's customer facing. And as a teacher who quit teaching for at least the time being, I need a break from customer facing positions. I don't want somebody breathing down my neck just because they aren't getting exactly what they need right away. Looks like PHP is old. 1993, 1995. I mean, not super old. Look, it looks funny. Yeah, I'm sorry, Net. I haven't used PHP, so I don't want to give you an opinion on it just because like it probably wouldn't be very well informed. It looks like there's a lot of info out there though. personal homepage. Oh, but now it's a hypertext preprocessor. PHP hypertext preprocessor. Okay, so what I do know is I've learned HTML, CSS, obviously the basics, and then I've also learned JavaScript and jQuery. And my coursework is pretty much going to revolve around that. Like eventually we get to Node.js, and I've used a couple of third-party APIs just to practice with using JavaScript and jQuery, like day.js, make a calendar, or um, what else? The current project or the next project that I'm starting after this weather app is all done. Right here is going to be like National Park Services API, which uses JavaScript and returns JSON. And we're also going to use like I think Google Maps for part of it. Same thing, JavaScript, JSON. So yeah, I haven't touched a lot of languages that are out there. 100%, I don't know them. The only other stuff we've done that's not really like a language necessarily is like frameworks for CSS. Like this is built using Bootstrap. Our next project is going to be built using Materialize, which is basically a Bootstrap copycat. They've been teaching us Bootstrap for a couple of weeks, and they were like, "All right, you've got the hang of it. Let's see if you can apply what you've learned and like use a different one." But most of them are Bootstrap copycats anyway, so should be able to figure out a lot of it, hopefully. I don't know ASP, but I've heard of .NET. It doesn't support some modern methodologies. That's interesting. That there's something out there that doesn't support modern tech. Well, methodologies still. It's server side. Yeah, I'm doing a lot of client side stuff. I'm doing just barely server side soon, I think, with the APIs and stuff. Or no, not even. Yes, no. I'm getting client side or server side APIs. Like National Park Services. That's not mine. Like that client side is like on my end, right? But I don't have all the National Park Services data or Google Maps data. So I have to go to their server and get it. Isn't this weather also technically server side? Because Open Weather API owns the weather data. I even have to write weather data provided by. Okay, I see the difference. Yeah. I think we do server side stuff right after the group project. So when I finish the National Park Services Google Maps thing, I think we learn how to make our own servers next. Like on a very basic level, probably. And yeah, I'm excited about switching frameworks, by the way. The CSS framework. I feel like it's valuable practice just to get it in. I started the other project already. I'll show you if I can get this last hopefully last thing working. Um Hopefully I'll show you my other project. I mean, maybe I'll just show you anyway, but I really want this to work. I really want to get this to work. Um I think I'm at the end ish. I I'm jinxing myself though. I've been saying I'm almost done this project for like a week. Maybe like 5 days, 6 days, but it's almost a week. Have they introduced you to GitHub and Git? Yeah, this stuff is all on GitHub. I would show you my GitHub, but it has attachments with my identity that I don't put on Twitch. Um, but I can show you it like just us later. You know what? Here. I'll send you a link. Um Bloop. Cuz I'm proud of my work. It's like messy and low level obviously cuz I'm brand new at this, but I'll send you the link to this project right now. There is a live version. Like I have my main branch um available and it's on GitHub pages, but it's like an old version that doesn't really work that well. Oh no, we haven't used GitHub other than to just make projects. This program I'm in does not do any of that like structural stuff. They literally just say, "Oh, look, if you write stuff in this way, then you can do that. Go do it." That's it. That's the whole program over and over and over again with multiple concepts until 25 weeks later. That's it. um so like what we learned in GitHub yesterday on week 7 of the program is like how to click into projects tab and like make the to-do list and designate certain people to do certain tasks. But that's still like within my own repo, you know? it's it's not in depth. Sets is frustrated because there's like things that I ask him about or things that I mentioned and he's like, sounds like they haven't told you about X, Y, and Z. And I'm like, oh, what's that? Never heard of that. And he's like, God damn it. Like, I don't know. Obviously, they can't teach me everything at once, and the pace in this class is really fast. So they have to sort of pick and choose, like, what is the most optimal way to get across the most amount, like, quantity of things while still preserving at least minimum quality. So, like, it's just a crash course, I guess. It is. It is. No, exactly. So the thing is, I know two people who went to this program. It's through a university, but I didn't quite understand it at first, but now I do. And I thought it was a university program, but instead it's a private company that's using the university as its platform to sell its product. So I don't even know like how much of the money that I paid for the program even went to the university. It's a boot camp through a number of universities across this country. Like everyone in my cohort is from the same state as me because they all signed up through the same local university that I did. Um but then they have like webinars and it's like, "Oh, go meet so and so. They're going to tell you about AI or they're going to tell you about machine learning and blah blah blah." So like I'll go to this webinar and be like, "Oh, hi. Like I'm excited to learn and listen to you." And they'll say like, "Oh, type in chat like where are you from?" And there's like Texas and there's California. They're from like everywhere. So, it's just a company basically that has all this stuff. And it's nice because it's a huge network. So like I'm meeting people from all over when or if I have time for these seminar or webinars and stuff. But I haven't fully grasped like what is the scope of this company and what it can do for me. Right now, I'm mainly focused on the learning part because I think if I try my best in the learning part, that'll get me the furthest. That's probably wrong because I make the mistake of like not networking very well, but we'll see. Um, they've been saying like networking is super important. So, what else? Um, hmm. But yeah, I think the biggest downfalls are just like the the lack of background info that they don't give. The lack of background info is huge compared to the info that we do get. The info we do get is just practical like code building. In multiple languages or frameworks, and then it's up to us to learn by fire um how to debug and how to plan. And also, like, they skip theory entirely. There is pretty much no theory at all. Like, Setsu's like, oh, I don't even know if I can bring it up like by name, but Setsu was like asking me if I have heard about such and such thing, or if they've talked about whatever topic, and I'm like, no, what's that? And he's like, if you knew this, you would know how to plan better. Instead of just writing code willy-nilly and then getting yourself all stuck and like stopped up because it's convoluted in some way I wouldn't have known in advance. I'm not here to complain about it that much though. I've been going on for too long. I like the program because I'm learning things. I like that I'm learning. I like learning in general. All of that is good with me. It's very obvious where the holes are, and I can be poking holes in this program probably all day. But I can still make this. This is cool. So I feel somewhat capable. I know that there's a long way for me to go, but I do feel all right because I'm still making things, which is a decent step forward. It's not the best, but it's decent. If this were a legit class, I'd be doing like a 4-year program, but I'm not. It's a 6-month. Yeah, I think I need to practice that more, Zarknor. I think I might try and architect the group project because I was telling you, like, the people on my team are a little iffy in terms of, like, not intelligence. They're very bright. They seem connected and ready to go. There's 3 of us, and, like, one of them seems amazing, and the other one's a little quiet, so I'm not sure what his skill set is, and what he can produce, and where he might get stuck. Um, as a teacher, I always look for those things, not to judge people, but just to like make sure someone doesn't go too far out of their range and then gets trapped and like can't really do the work that they're assigned. Always try and make sure everyone's got the right task. And um, this team just kind of, the one guy just wants to sort of do whatever he feels like, but if we don't know what that is, then we can't work on stuff. And the other guy doesn't say too much, so I'm thinking about doing something like that. Architecting in the way that you say it sounds kind of nice because it's just a bunch of like descriptive words saying how to do stuff. And I think that's what they need. Because that way they can be like, oh, I'm going to write this part. I'm going to write that part. Like they'll see it in front of them and just call like dibs on whichever one thing that they want to do. It's too vague right now. I think like I was the one that wanted to jump into Materialize, which is the CSS framework, and I was like, let me build you the page so that way you have like elements to work on if you want to like make it interactive. Because the one guy made a key for Google Maps and the other guy made a key for National Park Services. So I'll be able to jump in and help them soon. But I guess if I do what you're suggesting, we'll be able to make sure that when I jump in or when they each do their own thing, like we won't be overriding each other and like doing the same work twice. Right now, we don't have too much overlap, which is good. Like I was like, I'll do the front page, like the front end, very, very front end. Is it front end to do the interactive stuff? Anyway, I'll do the formatting in CSS and you guys do the stuff with your respective API keys. But I think once I join in the mix on doing like the back end stuff, like the functionality, we're going to need to know specifically who's doing what in more detail. Um. All right, I need to look at local storage again. Get item and set item. Most recent is here. That's where it stores the thing. And then fuck it. I'm gonna do this. City storage, most city history. Var most recent is an empty string. This is dumb. I know it's dumb. Don't worry about it. I'm calling it what? Most recent. And then what? No, I'm gonna call it something else. Last city. And then home address. I'm gonna look for where I use this. If there's a home address, then post the weather. No, before that. Here. In the fetch, I have a thing where if the checkbox is checked on this is my house, then do all this stuff. And I think I'm going to use this part and go back to where I was and just change it up a little. Here. Most recent search. I don't know where to put this though. I don't need to put it in an if statement. Oh, do I? I don't think so. All right, so what's it called? Last city is most recent city. Takes the city name and then latitude and longitude, which it gets from somewhere. I don't know. Hang on. Be right back. Real quick this time. I won't be gone long. Sorry. Okay, I just need to get up a second and move. It's so cold. It's like freezing in here. Should I get a blanket? What is that? It's definitely way below 70. Like, it's so cold right now. This will help. Okay. Yeah, remember I was complaining my feet were all cold and stuff? Yeah, it's just been getting colder. I've got the window closed. I could put the heat on. There's a space heater here. Because the heat's all fucked up. I'm in a 2-story place right now, and there was no heat from April to like maybe last week or something. And yeah. Now there's heat downstairs because they are doing the one in the floor radiant heat, but they didn't want to rip up the ceiling on the main floor to put in radiant heat. So instead they're doing what? They're doing hot air heat upstairs. It's dumb. But I happen to be upstairs, so it's really cold. Oops. This camera's just hanging here. Hopefully it stays. um what was I doing? Home address is the empty string. And my empty string is going to be called Last City. Last City does not get declared because it already exists. So this is going to be where that goes. And if there's nothing in Last City, then set it back to a string and push the new value into it, which is going to be most recent. And then if there already was a value in it, then replace it with this one. And then local storage set item most recent is a stringified version of that. Yeah. And then I'm almost there. I need to get stuff out of local storage again. This line should be here. They go together. This line needs to change. Again, I need to do what? Get weather from local storage, not here. And then this does what? This also does the wrong thing. Get weather from local storage. I'm so close. I'm gonna save my work. Get add dot, get commit m writing function called most recent search to post most recently searched weather on the results page. Results.html page on load git push. All right. And then what? And then this too? Search button, click this. Wait, so take this out. Home selected doesn't matter. Set up local storage for most recent search address. Okay, so most recent gets the thing. Last city has this in it. If last city is empty, then put it back to normal and then put something in it. Otherwise, take out the old thing and put in the new thing. Local storage set item there. And then call the weather. Oh, I'm getting confused again. Shit. I don't think I need this line. If I take it out. Okay, I have a problem, I think. Maybe. Or something's stopping me from doing more. So this part of code that I copied here was what I used to save a house address and only have one house address. So for example, like right now the home address is what? Cleveland, Ohio. And so like every time I put in a new house address, it just overwrites it. Cleveland will be removed and they'll add in a new one. I want most recent to work the same way. But it's already doing weird stuff. So the problem is this part of the code will put local storage where I want it. It will do the thing like if it has something in there, then erase it and put in the new thing. Like that part will work. And then it'll call the weather. Most recent. Last city in the first spot. Get geolocation at the first spot for latitude, and then longitude will be at the second spot. Get weather from local storage is done. Gets weather from local storage. That's what it does. And then getting that weather will put it on the screen. So if I can get a value to go in here, then we'll be good. Hmm. I'm still kind of stuck. If I... There's too many things. I don't have full thoughts, so I can't write them down either. Oh no. Struggling. Okay, if I have this, in theory, whatever gets set to most recent, city name, blah blah blah, will be fine because then it'll go into local storage. Let's see, does that even work yet? Denver. No, that's working separately. Okay. Clicking the button doesn't set into local storage, but the form might? No, I don't think so. Okay, I'm in trouble again. My event listeners will go into local storage, find where in the history it was, and then put it on the screen. But then they don't put that into the most recent. How do I do that? Put the button click into most recent. History click. Why is it Christmas music? What is happening? I had to skip several songs to get out of Christmas music. Ah! This sets up local storage, but it doesn't do anything yet. It's not connected to this. Okay. Focus. This looks at history storage. If there's something in history storage, make event listeners. Okay. And then maybe between 150 and 151, I gotta do something else. Ah! New index location. Oops. New index location will find this city name and give the storage location. It will go into storage and get the index. Oh, I wonder if I can use... Oh, that's so trippy. Can I use this information and put it in a new object? Okay, wait. How do I break this down? If I do things, then things will have been done. Ay, ay, ay. This gives me a number. Let's do what Zarknar said and just write a bunch of comments. New index provides a number of where to find find latitude and longitude, name and latitude and longitude. which is what I want. From history, local storage history. Okay, and then put local storage history into local storage most recent. And then call weather at general coordinates using local storage most recent. Okay, that can work. This bottom half I think will be way more complicated, but I think this with the buttons on the screen, like these buttons, I think I can do that maybe. Probably. Man, why does this have so many steps? Uh-oh, there's so much stuff going on my phone. Why? Someone from my class is asking a question. He says, I have a key down event in my weather app that works normally on desktop, but when on phone, pressing go doesn't do anything. Oh. And the instructor's like, why are you using key down instead of click? Okay. He's got it. Hi, Satsu! I'm trying not to lose steam. I'm doing stuff though. I am. I'm making this short function into a really long function again, but it's okay. It's thinking. I'm thinking. Everyone's thinking. Okay. So this can go here. Weather at general coordinates gets the last weather, which is good. And it's breaking because there's nothing in there yet. That's fine. And then, so new index provides a number and store it. So let's see. Why is it tab over so much? Tetsu, I hope you're being good. Oh wait, no, I didn't want to erase that as a thing. I need it as a reference. Dumbass. Okay. This I will use. This I will comment out. Gets weather from most recent local storage. Yes. And I'll comment it out so my shit stops complaining. There. Did you see? I don't know if you can see behind like where I'm sitting, but there was all this red stuff on the screen complaining. Okay. So this is good. And then I want to take most recent and put it here. And then this is weird. Okay. And I'm not gonna. God damn, this is complicated. So most recent is not going to be the city name. What is it going to be? This And this are the latitude and longitude. And most recent city will be city storage dot something. How do I go into this? Local storage dot get item history is all this stuff. Oh, it's stringified. Right. JSON dot parse local storage dot get item history. Oops, what did I do wrong? Oh, the end quotation mark is all this stuff. And then at location new index. Right? City storage at new index dot city. City storage at location new index dot city should get me the city name. Holy shit. This is weird. So one local storage is going to another local storage. Okay, fine. And last city gets to be that. If it's empty, yes! No! Oh. I saw words and I thought I did it. This most recent needs something in it. Ah, it works! It works! Oh my god, yes. Ah! Okay, we're halfway done. Probably. This is the whole day. Alright, let's review, shall we? So, what I did was I had a function that built this entire sidebar, including all the things that listen to what happens, like what is it supposed to do if you click on it. But now I separated that. I have a function that builds it, and then I have a separate function that listens to it and then tells it to do things based on if you click on it or not. And they finally connected now. So if I click, yo, it's working. If I click on one of these, not everything's all hooked up, but the one goal was to go in the history. So these are connected to the history, right? Item 0 is Denver, item 1 is Rome, item 2 is Springfield, and item 3 is Huron. Okay? So the total history, all of the history is in this list, and this list makes the buttons. And then nothing else. Most recent, though, watches the buttons, and it eventually will also watch this form on the other side of the page. But right now it doesn't do that yet. But it watches the buttons, and it identifies which one did you click, and just looks at that one. So the list, the history total list, doesn't change. Nothing happens to it. But now this works. Ooh. That means I need to change something else. Way down here. Clear history. We'll also need to clear most recent. Need to clear both. I'm glad I thought of that. This is a good saving point. Maybe not a good stopping point, but a good saving point. Git add dot git commit m attached sidebar buttons to local storage most recent where only one value is stored. There we go. That's saved. And then I have something here. Where is it? Populate sidebar? No. Most recent search. In theory, if I comment this in, it'll put weather on the page. Oh, no, it's not. I have to fix it. Maybe that's something I can do now. Yeah. So local storage works, but the search doesn't work. What does the search need? 363 and 307. Cannot read name. Oh my god. 363 and 307. Let's go to 307 because it's first. Can't read name. Alright, so maybe the data it's getting back doesn't work. I see. If I refresh the page, most recent city is empty. I need somewhere to say, if it's empty, don't do anything. Where's my code? Okay. Local storage set item. All right, so let's say if there's something in there, then do the search. Otherwise, don't. Huh. Interesting. I gotta look and see what I did on the home one, because the home one doesn't search if it's empty. Home. Clicking clear removes home from storage and also hides it. Okay. Save geocoordinates. We don't use that. Weather at general coordinates. Maybe this? Weather at general coordinates needs a latitude and longitude. And 364, the fetch, is where it's not working. Okay. So it's not getting latitude and longitude like it's supposed to when it's empty. I can say, if it's empty, don't do this. That's fine. I can put that here. 365 is where I have to go back. Line 365. Don't forget. Oh, most recent search. Alright, if there's a value in last city, copy this, copy this, copy this, delete that one. 365 is broken. 360. Yeah. Okay. All right. Put this in here. We're defining last city first. And then we're telling it to do the fetch if last city has stuff in it. Yeah? Does that sound right? And then put the fetch on. 308. What's wrong? 308. Why are you still running? Because it's still here. If I clear history, this won't break. Okay, will break. Right? Oh, shit. No! Alright. Do I undo everything? Something is calling weather coordinates and telling it to do stuff. But it shouldn't. Last city isn't here anymore. Oh, most recent is still here. Wait, why is it still here? If I do a search, history has here, most recent. Okay, most recent isn't getting the value it needs. Wait, I need to stop doing this other stuff. Recent. I have to make sure it's getting the right value. How do I test that? Sources? Somewhere in here? Let's see. What happens? Most recent is set to city name. I think I need to comment this out. If I comment this out, what happens? And then put a var here. $133. Most recent. Okay, wait. Where's most recent? What if I comment this out? Does it work now? Alright, somewhere in here I thought this was working, and I'm not sure what happened, because it's clearly not working. Oh, I think it looked like it was working because I was using my old code that did other things, and the new code's just not hooked up yet. Okay. So if I go into local storage and click this. Oh, I broke it. This is supposed to. Uh oh. If I comment this back in, does it work? Most recent. No, it doesn't. I'm gonna undo it. Everything. How far back do I have to go? There. This is how far back I have to go. Whew. Okay. And then if I search another city, it'll be like, I don't know, Philadelphia, United States. Search. Okay. All right. Cool. Okay. Back to where we were. All right. So clicking it gets the most recent city. I don't know what I undid, so I have to go through a lot of thought process again. That's okay. I'll just. Do I even save it? Oh no, this is. I went back to my last save point. That's really funny. Alrighty. Let's do things. I'm gonna test here and see what happens. Click this. Hello? Where's the click? What? 144. It doesn't pause. That's so weird. Wait, what? Guys, how is this working? I put a breakpoint on 144, which is the click event. If I click one of these buttons, it's the click event, right? But it's not happening. But what's weird is most recent city is changing between Philadelphia and Denver. How is it doing this if it doesn't register the click event? What? It's doing this. What? Okay, I just need to pause it lower. Jesus. That was weird. I feel like I should have paused there, but I guess I don't know. All right. So most recent. What do I want to test? I want to test getting latitude and longitude out. Am I actually getting latitude and longitude out? Because apparently something's not working. I'm also gonna turn up the heat. Yeah. Ugh. Okay, heat's up. I'm gonna go black in my blanket. E. Mm. Okay. Let's see. Is new index defined? 0. I clicked on Denver. It's at location 0. That's good. It gives me a number, which is what I want. Let's see if what most recent is. Most recent, that's defined. That's good. How about most recent dot geolocation? It has real numbers in it. That's also good. And then if null setback, it should skip the first if and go to the else. Yeah, it does. Hmm. Then I'm going to set item. And I'm not exited the function yet. So in theory, I could do city storage. Last city is an object with stuff in it. Yay. So I could do last city. Oh. Geolocation is first? Maybe that's why this is not working. Last city. At location 0. Hmm. Last city at location 0 is just this object. So then last city at location 0 dot geolocation. Oops. What should I do? Last city at location 0 dot geolocation at location 0 will be latitude. And I have that. And then the same thing at location 1 will be longitude. I have that. So if I get the weather here, it should work. Put this back in. This will work. It does. It gets me the weather. Okay. All right. And if I refresh, it says Philadelphia before. What does it say after? Nothing. When I click it, it posts stuff on the screen. I want it to be on refresh. It should what? It should what? What is it missing? Oh, in the click, I made it put stuff on the screen. Now I need to put it stuff on the screen first. Okay. And that's why when I refresh, most recent is set to empty because this is setting it to empty. So var most recent sets value back to empty on refresh, which is bad. Which is bad. Need most recent to be declared somewhere else? Question mark? Retrieve weather from most recent local storage after button click. After search history button click. I feel like this is going to be two functions. I'm going to have a function that puts stuff into local storage. And then I'm going to have a function that posts local storage on the page, I think. Separate storing most recent local storage and posting most recent local storage into two functions. Probably. So the getting the weather part might come out. Separate function. Make separate function. That'll go in the separate function. And then most recent sets value back to empty on refresh, which is bad. Declare it somewhere else. How did I have the home storage not do that? I wanted to save the geocoordinates. And if it's missing the state name, it makes a new key, which is fine. Then it fetches latitude and longitude. And then it sets data into home address, or it sets data into general search history. I need to look at this again and see what do I need to see? This I found the thing I was looking for, but I forget why I was looking for it. God damn it. I'm in 400. Let me go back. What was I looking for? Oh, how to not empty the value. All right. So if the checkbox was selected, then I said this variable is blah blah, and it instantly put in values, whereas mine doesn't put in values. Okay, that's good to know. So that means mine needs to come out from here. This is not a good place to put it. I can just put it somewhere else. Where is it? Most recent is supposed to be city storage. JSON parse is under it. And then if it's empty, push or splice it and then set it. Okay, maybe I don't even need this up here. Refresh. Application. It's empty. No. No! Alright. If I search San Diego, United States. Oh, I broke a lot of things. Oh no, I didn't. It's just slow. Alright, so the form still doesn't push into most recent. I haven't set that up yet. But if I click Philadelphia, most recent now has a value. If I refresh the page, most recent still has that value. Thank God. Right, because I erased all this stuff from up here. Okay. Alright, so it doesn't get overwritten yet. Now I need to be able to push values into most recent from the form. I can do it from the buttons. Now I need to be able to do it from the form. Let's see. I'm moving along here. I'm gonna give myself a nice big stretch and like a pat on the back and like some muscle squishes on my shoulders. I'm doing things. It takes me forever, probably, compared to like someone with more experience, or even some other people in my class. They're a lot faster. I also think they are better at keeping it simple. They don't have. This is gonna sound wrong, but like they don't have as many ideas as I do. I think because I get bogged down with ideas, I can't focus on like the one singular task at hand, which would be like get a value from a form input or like text value or track this number and find how to get it from somewhere else. Like they stay focused way better than I do. And I'm like, "Ooh, what if I did this?" When I'm like trying to just do something simple, I get totally sidetracked. It makes my process way longer. I think that may be a negative. It's definitely a negative if you're on a time schedule. If I get to work at my own pace, then probably no issue. But yeah, if I'm expected, if there's like certain things expected, I might be in trouble. I gotta practice staying and on task, I guess, or keeping the main task uh at the forefront of my brain. I don't know how to say it, but I don't know. I definitely get distracted. Hmm. I'm fidgeting. It's a nice little break. Okay. Don't mind the dots. It's just sunspots. Um. But yeah, this is coming along. I thought this would be like an impossible last task, but I realize if I don't do this last task, it's kind of gonna be an issue when I turn in my project. So even though I'm tearing apart my project just to do this last thing, I think I'm hoping it's worth it. I think it's worth it. It's definitely a lot of work though. I wanted to spend like a little bit of time working on this and then going to the other project and showing you my group project. But it looks like this stream is going to be putting the nails in the last few pieces of the weather project. I'm just glad I was able to undo enough to be able to get back to this point where if I click on a button, most recent gets updated with the latitude and longitude and then calls the weather. So that's great. I'd say that's like half of the struggle is separating these two things. So they're separate now, and then this links to it. I'm worried that linking the form input will be a little bit more of a challenge though, because like I have a bunch of functions that like one leads into the next, leads into the next, leads into the next. Um so for perspective, what's wrong right now in trying to think of like what to do with the form is or what's different between the form and the buttons in the search history is the buttons already have the name of the city and they already have the latitude and longitude of its like geolocation. Um, I'm required by the project description to be able to use latitude and longitude to then search the weather. So like I don't know if you were here earlier, you would have seen that like there's more than one Springfield in more than one country, and even within one country, there's often more than one for whatever reason. So we're not allowed to just search by the name of a city because who fucking knows which actual Springfield you would get? Could be any of them. I don't know if it's like alphabetical priority, like depending on the country name or what. So, um, we're required to have the user tell us what city and what country, at the very least. And you can specify the state if you want to. Specifying the state would obviously be like the best case scenario because then you definitely know which Springfield you're getting. But in any case, oh, Setsu's my cheerleader. Thank you. um, thanks, Setsu. So here's where they're different. The search history buttons have latitude and longitude, but the user form has to go grab the city, grab the state, grab the country, and then turn it into a latitude and longitude, and then go get the weather. So there's probably an extra step in between making sure that what I'm doing is correct. Um, I think for the form to work, I won't be able to attach any new code to the form. I think I'll have to attach code to the whatever function goes and gets the latitude and longitude. I'll have to make sure the latitude and longitude from that gets put into the most recent storage item. So let's see. I just don't want to make a loop by accident. I don't think I will. Since search history already has latitude and longitude, it's not going to run the function that goes and gets latitude and longitude. I skip that and run straight to get the weather at that location. The solution I'm coming up with right now seems a little messy though. I don't know if it's like the best idea. But I think if I tell the form, give me the latitude and longitude, and then just put it somewhere from the latitude and longitude function, we'll be okay. What I'm not sure is do I get the latitude and longitude function to do stuff? I don't know. I think it's time to look at the code. I can't think of it. All right. So this part is done. This is done. All right, so retrieve weather from most recent local storage after search history button click is done. Now I want to collect city info from landing page. No, I don't. Now I want to retrieve weather from most recent local storage after form input. Form input search button click. So this search button is nowhere to be found in the code except for here. I originally had it scoped globally, but now it's in here, which is fine. It's been working. So let's see. If you click the button, what happens? It does not refresh the page because then it erases all my information, which is annoying. It watches the form and says, what's the city that was typed in? What's the state that was typed in? What's the country that was typed in? If you're missing a city, yell at them. If you're missing the country, yell at them. Otherwise, go get the coordinates. Huh. Ah, don't tell me what to do. There's a pop up behind my head. Otherwise, go get the coordinates. And then the coordinates say, here's the coordinates. And then we use them. What do I want? If city storage has a value, then make button listeners. If you click the button, do all the stuff. When you click the button, do all the stuff. When I click this button, it doesn't do the right thing that I want. What do I want? I want to save this. Okay, I fixed that. Alright, that's not gonna help me. Let's do Zarknor's plan. Write a bunch of comments. Search form button collects city, state, country. Need city, latitude, longitude. Save geo coordinates gets latitude, longitude based on city, state, country. So maybe I can do something weird. Let's say in here, most recent would be city name, the given city name from the form, and then geolocation, save coordinates. I gotta see how the values are returned, and then I can maybe do something with it. Save coordinates. What does it do? Latitude and longitude. Wait a minute. I could use this. Set up local storage for city history and most recent search. Local storage for most recent search. Okay, let's do that. So this button, where, oh my god, where is my button? Here. Let me take this out. And then copy it and go to save geocoordinates, which saves the geocoordinates. Genius. So if it's a house, then do this. Otherwise, if it's not the house, do this. Let's see. If home is not empty and the city, what is this doing? Prevent home city from being added to other searches. Doesn't break if home city hasn't been set yet. Okay, that's good to know. I'm so glad I left this comment to myself, so I don't have to figure that out. Home not selected, thus general search. All right, set up local storage for this and for that. All right, so this most recent, this might be a problem because most recent won't be defined, I don't think. Most recent, there we go. I'll declare it in here. And then what? Set up local storage for most recent search. City history is, what's the empty array called? Line 429. Don't forget, line 429. Last city. 429. Okay. So then last city is this, but most recent keyword. And then if last city is empty, then set it back to an empty string. Check if it's a duplicate. No. If the city is a duplicate, not a duplicate, then do this. City history. Mine's called last city. And then I'm going to push most recent into it. I think this line's not going to work. I didn't define city storage either. Okay, so wait, where was I? Push something into it, and then set item. Local storage set item. Most recent is the last city. And then I'll only search this. Index. What was I looking for? I'm getting quiet, but I'm focused as hell. Hopefully this does stuff. Okay. What do I need? Index. Where did I write that? I just wrote a comment somewhere that said, watch out. Where did I write it? New index. There it is. Line 428. 428. Okay. Ah, gotta put a visual gap there. I got lost for a second. Needed to find city storage and new index probably. Alright, where is new index? The first time we write new index is commented out. Where are we using it though? New index is this. Okay, this is a little complicated, but I think I can figure it out maybe. When I'm using the sidebar, search history buttons, I have an index location that's created. But if I'm adding a new history item, the index will be the last location. Okay, cool. Wait. Get array last item. Array name dot length -1. Okay. 400 and somewhere. 400 and somewhere. Here it is. New index. Change new index to last index. Define last index as array name at location array name dot length -1. Yeah. City storage. What is city storage? The array name is last city. So it'd be, where's last city defined? Wait. Wait, I need a brain break. I'm gonna put on BRB. I think I'm getting closer, but yeah. I'm close. So I have to change new index name to last index name and define it as the history last item using that stuff. I'll figure it out. I'll be right back. Hello. Okay. I think I maybe know what to do. Hmm. Okay. I'm here. I'm doing stuff. All right. So I need to go in the code into my local storage history item and get the last one, and then put it into my local history most recent search item. Just grab it, set it. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Okay. Mm. Let's see, how did I set local storage item? History item is set like this. And city history is this. And then I push stuff to it. So city history at this time should be an array. I can use this word. City history at cityhistory.length -1 will get me the last most recent city. Blah. That'll get me the geolocation of latitude. And if I do this and then change it to 1, that'll get me the longitude in theory. And the city name will be city history at most recent thing dot city. That'll get me the city name. Need to define city storage, a new index probably. No. Okay, so in theory, when I search a city using the form input, it will go and say, all right, we'll take your city, state, and country code and find a latitude and longitude. And this, where I am now, that finds the latitude and longitude, will say, all right, if you're not searching up a house, or if you are searching up a house, we're not going to add any local storage items. But if you are doing a search that we want to use, then this part of the code sets up local storage for the buttons. And it says search location becomes city name, latitude, and longitude, like from the form on the screen. And then it puts stuff into storage and says, like, if there's nothing there, just make it empty. Just tell it to be empty again. Don't, like, this would break, but this would fix it, I think. And then I also have a rule that says, like, oh, no duplicates allowed. But I can skip that because I'm not doing no duplicates allowed. I'm doing one or the other. Like, one value allowed only, not a list of stuff. Then I will add it to the list and set local storage item. So I need to do something slightly different. I need this. If it's empty, then push stuff to it. Otherwise, splice it. So I have, if it's empty, push to it. Otherwise, splice it. And this is the array name, which should be last city. And I'll splice to it this. And then local storage, set item, most recent. Yeah. And then this will change. Instead of just calling latitude and longitude, it'll have to call from local storage most recent, which I wrote up here somewhere. This. Oh my god, shit. Where was I? Here. Comment this out. Keep it just in case. Oh my god, please work. Alright, so let's go back to where we were and remind ourselves what works and what didn't work. The buttons are on the screen because they're in the history. Here's the list of things, and here's the list of buttons that match. When I click San Diego, oh, it takes a while. When I click Denver, Denver's on screen. And most recent gets Denver. Philadelphia on screen, Philadelphia in most recent. San Diego on screen here, San Diego in most recent. So like I know the button stuff is working. We now need to see if the city form is working. So let's go to Sacramento in United States. When I click search, I'm not doing it. When I click search, most recent. When I click search, history first is supposed to get the new city name. And then also most recent San Diego will get deleted and replaced with Sacramento. All right. So this will have a third spot and this will be replaced. Please work. Most recent got replaced with Sacramento. And history has this and Sacramento's on the screen. Yes. Okay. That leaves us with maybe one last issue, which is Sacramento didn't get added as a button. If I refresh, it'll be there. I'm sure of it. Yeah. So when I do a search, I need to make sure the buttons load. When I do a search, buttons have to load. When I do a search, buttons have to load. Save. I'm gonna save my progress. Git add dot git commit m progress. Buttons and form input now connected to local storage keyword most recent. Most recent displays on results HTML. Went on click, but not on page load. Wait, does it go on page load? Not on page load. And up next, most recent displays on results on click, but not on page load. And what else? Button does not get added on click on local storage update / on click. I don't know when to put it. Oh! I'm doing things! Alright. This can go. I definitely don't need it. I don't know what else I want to delete. I don't know if I want to delete this yet. The button? Because I put the button somewhere else. Just not sure. When I do a search, buttons have to load. When I do a search, buttons have to load. When I do a search, buttons have to load. Need search form. Okay, this is done. Oops. I like being able to erase all these comments though. It's kind of satisfying. Zarkno had the right idea when he was like, write a list of to do. Okay. All right. Wait, let me do a test again. If I search a city, does it show up on the screen? Or does it just put into local storage? I forget. Atlanta, Georgia, United States, search. It does show on the screen. All right, cool. So what's wrong? Most recent display. Most recent displays on results, on click. Most recent on click, yeah, but not on page load. Okay, so if I refresh it, it goes away. Button does not get added to local storage. Okay. I think I want page persisting to be more important. Page persisting is more important than getting the buttons to update because I can just refresh and the buttons will show up. It's no big deal. But when I refresh, there needs to be weather on the screen. So I could I just tell my thing to post from, wait, where's post? I have a function that's post weather. This function, post general weather, pulls data from a search and puts it on the screen. So I wonder if I could just tell it, like call it somewhere. But what calls this? Post general weather only happens after latitude and longitude happens. Latitude and longitude only happen when someone calls weather at general coordinates. Who calls weather? Not this, not this, not this. Okay. Whoops. All right, so I think we're at where I had planned before. Thank God I wrote this down. I said separate storing most recent storage as one function and posting most recent local storage as a different function. Most recent search. Who calls most recent search? Show hide. On page load, most recent search happens, but weather at general coordinates is only happened on click. So I could just say, I could just move this line up, I think. No, I can't. Post most recent weather first, then update with click. Okay, so this retrieves the weather. In theory, I could just copy this line and put it here, right? Oh wait, no. I'm so close. Where does last city get defined? I think it's up here. Maybe that'll work. So if I just call this, and then the event listeners do it again, will that work? I'm gonna close this and open a fresh server. Oh, I broke something else. No. That's not good. Interesting. On the home screen, this is supposed to be hidden if there's no value in local storage for home. Why is that not working? I'll make a note. No, wrong button. When on homepage, clicking history button does not swap view. Okay. Homepage, home, at home, weather card displays even though local storage home is empty. That's a new bug. This was working. Why? And then what was I actually doing? I want to see if weather persists on the page. Does weather persist on results HTML page ? This is the problem with this function, or not function, this program that I'm making is when I build a new feature, it breaks an old feature. It's really tough because then I don't know why or when something broke because I'm not actively watching everything in this program. I'm only watching the thing that I'm working on. I don't even know how to stay like very aware of everything at all times in case something irrelevant breaks. Obviously, because it broke, it's not actually irrelevant. I just thought it would be irrelevant and untouchable. But somewhere, somehow, I busted it. Geolocation, Home.js 124 is busted. Okay. Well, I guess I don't have to worry about it then. Last city isn't working. Most recent city is here. Oh, because I need to go into local storage. This is technically not local storage that I'm doing. All right. Well, let's see. So this won't work. It will work, but it won't work as is. So last city becomes this. Let's do this again. Last city becomes this. Else, call that. If there's stuff in it, then call that. Which will then show weather on the page. Ah, and it fixed the other thing. Yay! I don't know how they were breaking each other, but whatever. I'm not going to worry about it. All right, so just checking. Most recent is set to Atlanta, Georgia. And my home card is hiding as it should be. So I can, ooh, wrong button again. I can take this off. Homepage problem. Huh. Interesting. Watch this. If I click Denver, Philadelphia, San Diego, Sacramento, blah blah blah, my local storage, the most recent keyword is updating. It's not taking me to the results page though. I still don't know why that's not working, but whatevs. All right, so let's add a new city then. Um, oh, wait. New search on results page does not add new button unless page refresh occurs. That was the other problem, right? Button does not get added. I'm gonna write it differently. Button does not, history button does not get added on local storage update slash on click. Okay. So, what was I doing? Go to a new city. Where do we want to go? Harrisburg. We don't actually want to go there. But it's okay. Alright, so search. Takes me to the page. Harrisburg is here. And then we want to see if after I refresh the page, is Harrisburg still going to be here? Yes. I want to refresh it like 20 times. Let's go. Because before I was refreshing and it was just picking like a random item. Yes! Does it result? Yes. I can take that off the list of things to do. And I'm going to save git add dot git commit m whether card persists on results.html page after refresh. In progress. Search history button on index.html does not swap view to results page. In progress also is can I just copy and paste this? Oh, it doesn't work. History button does not get added on local storage update slash on click. I'm thinking, I think I want the, I think it's more important to prioritize getting the page location to switch properly than it is to get the buttons to update, because I don't care as much about the buttons. I think the buttons actually will be easy. When I do a search, local storage update slash on click. I was just thinking I could do like a local storage event listener, which is kind of dumb, but like there's a thing where anytime local storage changes, you can make stuff happen. But it's not just like local storage at a particular key name. It's like anything in local storage. I don't think you can specify. Because in theory, if if I could specify, I'd say like have an event listener that looks at the history list, and every time there's a change to this list, then look at like make this happen. Excuse me. Let's see. Local storage event listener JavaScript storage event. When storage changes, do stuff. Yeah, I don't like that. I think it's dumb that I can't specify which key name to watch. This music is weird. So what do I want to watch? This music is funny. If local storage changes, then call the thing. Oh, so I can call populate sidebar when I change local storage. That's fine, right? So let's see. Not here. This is not here on this one. Save geocoordinates. Maybe in there. Post home weather. Post general weather. Alright, maybe this. Whenever this runs, redo the sidebar. I feel like that's probably good. Where? Oh, it's in here. Alright, so let's say I do a search. The behavior we want to have happen now is for the button to get placed immediately. So Boston, United States, search. And there's Boston. That was an easy fix. I'm getting smart. I'm getting smart. Okay. All right, so back to where we were. When on the home page, clicking search button does not swap to view results page. All right, let me save it at least. Git add dot git commit fix solved. Button gets added after new search. New general search. All right. The last thing is the home page is supposed to reroute to the results page after you click the damn button. And I know the clicking stuff is working at some point because most recent gets changed. Like it's Boston right now. If I go home and click San Diego. Oh. At one point this was working. All right, so whatever is keeping an eye on these buttons. Only works on the other page. That's so weird. Let me set a home address. I keep blanking on city names. Like, I've put in so many city names, you'd think I'd have a lot on mind, but I can't do it. But I want to put in a home address and see Tokyo. Oh my god. Thank you. JP. Alright. We now live in Tokyo. Yes. Japan JP? Wow. This weather app has some things to work out. Thanks, Saravi. Seriously, I've been putting in so many city names. It's like really messing with me. All right, so the page didn't change, which is good because I only was setting my new house address. It's not supposed to change the page if I'm just setting my house address. And if I refresh, Tokyo is still here, which is good. So the house address knows where it's supposed to be. This one is pretty good. It's the buttons that are fucked up. Um, and I should check most recent does not say Tokyo, which is great because I didn't want it to be interfered with by the house address. So house address and these other things are still completely separate, which is good. If I do a search, it reroutes to the results page. If I click a button, what happens? Most recent is on Boston. If I click Atlanta, nothing happens. So it's stuck on the last search. It doesn't know I'm clicking these. All right, so in theory, if I can get the click event to attach to the buttons, all the other functionality will work because they rely on the functions I just wrote. Why isn't the clicking thing working? Inspect. All right, so this is the aside. This is the title. This is the section that has all the buttons in it. And these are the buttons. And they have the cool IDs that I showed you like a million years ago. At like the beginning of the stream. What's uptime? I gotta know. Wasn't it like 11 something when I started streaming? It's almost 4. Oh wow. That's gonna be a long time. I have to say though, 4.5 hours? Holy shit! Oh my god. This is what, oh, coding takes so long for me. This is tough. Cause I want to like do things that are relaxing and like, I don't know, be social. Making me code this much has actually made me want to be social again. It's weird. I have like a lot of possibly unhealthy possibly unhealthy antisocial behaviors built up that I've been trying to get rid of and like talk to people and go out and do things. But the thing is, now that I'm coding and it takes up this much time, I don't have the time to go out and do those things. And now I actually want to. I think it's like this weird mind fuck where it's like, since I know I don't have time, I'm like, oh, I wish I could go be social. But when I do have the time, it's like, I don't want to do that. or whatever. Oh my god, my brain. I don't know how to cope. mm, let's see. This is so close though. Also, Saravi, thank you for answering my questions and helping me. Imagine going outside. I know. It's so bad. This is so bad. I literally just have to go out the door. Yeah. I appreciate your company though. This has been nice. And I'm surprised. Like the stream this week versus last week, I can't remember all the details already because it's been a long week of coding and frying my brain. But like I think last time I remember being really distracted and like having trouble. And then we rated to Daniel Fenner, the Overwatch streamer, and he was like, "You were coding on stream? How do you get anything done?" And I was like, "I don't." But I feel like this stream has been super productive. I hope it's not been boring. I've been just like staring and squinting and scrunching at the screen, but I don't know. I mean, it's okay if it's been boring. Actually, I don't mind, but I do feel some guilt and responsibility for providing stuff to the internet. Cause like why else stream, right? I don't know. Always lurking is fine. You're good. We're all good here. I go in circles. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm a little indecisive. Like, I want to be entertaining, but then I also want to just provide a chill place where people can hang out. And I guess, in a way, they could potentially be the same thing. Hi, Star Fox. Hi. Wait. Wait. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, I'm all green screening out. Ah! It's raining? It's raining? Hi. You can still go outside though. Just bring like a jacket or an umbrella. Just came home from picking up my baby girl. Hey little Foxy. Foxy Loxy, how you doing? I'm coding and stuff is actually working a little. You're waiting on a salad? Why wait? I don't think salads do anything. Do you want it to like write you a story or something? You don't win friends with salad. What does that mean? So like what if you offered me a salad, I would be like, "Ew, no, we can't be friends." Like what does that mean? uh I might. I actually am not very fond of salad. I never really have been. But that's nothing against you personally. I might just squat in your basement for more salad. You're a salad guy? I love salad. What? Oh, new best friends. That's cool. Wait, okay. Can you both tell me? I know you're trying to be like lurking and doing your own thing, but can you tell me what you do with salads? I would love to actually enjoy them, but I'm just not a big fan. Chicken and bacon bits. Okay, then is it really even a salad? I thought salad was supposed to be vegetable and leaf. You're naming only meat and animal products. I guess that's the trick, isn't it? Big and full of veggies. Hot or cold? What's a hot salad? Yeah, we had the same question. Yeah, what's a hot salad? You stumped me for a minute. Oh, a salad, not a salad, a leaf that goes in salad that I really like is a word that I forget in English, but in French it's mâche. It's like spinach, kind of, but less bitter. Wait. It's like goat leaf or something. Let me find the French word. My uncle who lives in Montana says he can get it. Ha! This is a really tasty leaf. I don't like arugula because it's spicy and meh. Unless it's really mixed into something and you can't really taste it. Mâche oidium, type maladie cryptogamique. I'll show you what I'm looking at. Non scientifique. Période à risque, conditions favorables, temps chaud et température élevée. Alright, so it's a warm growing plant. It likes warm weather. I don't know, dynamique. 3-star dynamic. Conservation hivernale dans les débris de végétaux, organes sensibles de la plante, feuillage, stade sensible du végétal, tous. Autres végétaux sensibles. I don't know any of them. Oh, chrysanthemum, there's one. You go to the grocery store and pick up a salad. Do you do like the ones that are pre-made, or do you make your own, or both? Grilled veggies and protein. Yeah, but what do you put in a hot salad? L'oïdium de la mâche prolifère lorsque les écarts de température entre le jour et la nuit sont importants. Le champignon peut attaquer durant toute la durée de végétation de la mâche, notamment lorsque les températures diurnes atteignent entre 17 et 19 degrés. Okay, so apparently there's mushrooms that attack it, and those little mushrooms on top of it. It says champignon, which is mushroom. I guess those are spores. Oh, it seems kind of like a delicate plant, but they're really good. Doesn't it look like spinach to you? Oh, grilled veggies makes it hot. Okay. So I noticed the grilled veggies part, and I didn't realize that was it. Bell pepper, tofu, onion, mushy, tomato, all grilled. Okay. And spinach. All right, let me go to word reference. This is the next thing. French to English. Oh, it's a lamb. It's not a goat. All right, look. This, I ate this when I was in France, and it was like the best lettuce ever. Lamb's lettuce is the English name. It's, I guess it's called the mush, which means like a chew, like just one or chewing. Because mâcher is actually like the action of eating it. So I think it's in English called lamb's lettuce because the the animals on the farm eat it. Romaine, isn't that the one that's like mostly water? No, that's iceberg. Yeah, romaine is I think a good one. It's kind of sweet. Beans! Okay, yes, except for black beans. Humans have a tough time on average with processing black beans, and I would not recommend because make you fart like no one's business. Okay. Oh, yeah, also related word, papier mâché, paper mache, right? Mache just means chewed up paper. Or papier mache, paper mache. It's literally just chewed up paper. Maybe not chewed by humans, but it's still chewed up looking. So, related words. Oh, well, lucky you. That's good. I used to eat black beans all the time, and then I think aging made that change. Starfox, look, did I show you my program? Look, 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 look. Look at it. Look at it. Weather data provided by Open Weather. Look, I made this with a lot of help from people. Sorry. No, it's exciting though. It's cool. I'm in like hopefully the last stages. Yeah, I'm it's due tomorrow, so that's good. If I were okay. Oh, so you're admitting that I bothered you. Damn. That's fine. That's fine. So, yeah. I'm so close. Sarabi's been keeping me company, but the last thing I need to have work is the search history. Like, if I click, nothing happens. But if I go to another page, let's say we go to, like, I don't know how... Just spell it. So like, if I just search up a new city, it gives me the weather of the new city, and it puts the new city here. And if I want to like go back, like, oh wait, I'm going to California later. Let me see. I'll click San Diego. And this broke too. Oh no. Ah, no. Saravi, you were there. What did I do wrong? Wait, let's see what's happening. Most recent is Pittsburgh. Oh, the buttons are dead. Oh no. What did I do? I had all this cool stuff where if I click one of the buttons, it pushes the button information into this like stored area, like this like little save button. And then the save button would update the weather on the screen. Oh no. Mm. What's a word for a person you really like but you don't? A frenemy? Are we frenemies? We're frenemies. Ingatuated? Like, oh, infatuated? Infatuated is something else? Infatuated is when, sorry, I thought Setsu does this thing where he combines multiple words together to make a new word, like for fun, and I thought that's what you were doing, and I was trying to figure out what would ingatuated mean if you took two words together and made that, like what was the derivative of that? You like being in the friend zone with your wife? This is getting more and more confusing the more you're saying. I mean, I understand being friends with your partner. Yeah, okay. Back. Oh. Okay. I don't. That's why I'm asking clarifying questions. Christ. Stop starting up. No. Sorry. I was bringing in my monogamous bias to the table, and that's not necessary. Monogamy culture requires that a person only be attached to one other person ever, and every other human outside of that person is bad and must be separate and can't be close with. I don't know what bone up means. Oh, I mean study up. Yeah, no, I didn't mean to imply you can't be friends with your wife, because that's the other half of monogamy culture is once you have your partner, you're not like friends with them anymore. You're just like tied to them indefinitely, which is why so many people in the older generations kind of can't stand their spouse, and they talk about them as their ball and chain and all this bullshit. Because they're just used to the duty of having a spouse rather than their spouse or partner being their friend also. Yeah. Sorry. I'm following you, but I feel like you're saying things that you don't mean. Because if you were truly separated from women, all women sexually, you wouldn't have a daughter. Like, I'm sorry, but... What? Yeah, exactly. And I think... So divorce in the United States originally was, like, just a failure of compatibility. But I think divorce now is just a, like, recognizing the friendship is over. Yeah, you just said, Starfox, you just said you're separated from all women in a sexual manner. and your spouse is a woman. So that's not true because you have a daughter. This is getting weird. I guess you'd say all other women? Like, okay. No, I don't. I'm literal. This is why we have so many misunderstandings because you're not getting to the point. Like, you say like something vague-ish or like interpretable in several different ways, and I'm like, well, which way is it? Because I'm literal and like I can't do the inference. I don't trust myself to make the correct inference because I can identify all the possible ways that you could have meant, but like I need to verify. Like I don't trust myself in that last step to just make the jump, like make the leap myself and be like, oh, he probably means this one. You know? Because I don't want to assume what you mean. I'm trying to take the ego, my ego, away from the conversation. I don't want to assume that I know everything and I know what you're talking about. Like, I want to put the trust in you and get the data, get the information, get the deets straight from the source. You know what I mean? Like, I want you to be able to express yourself completely. The only downside is, because I'm such a literal idiot, a lot of people get frustrated talking to me because they feel like they have to over-explain just to get a simple concept across. So there's pluses and minuses to this. But yeah, sorry. If you like me enough to put up with that, sorry you're stuck with it. That's how my brain works. No, I'm not saying I'm not smart. I have trouble with metaphoric. No, not even. I guess I have trouble making assumptions. I don't feel comfortable making assumptions. I think that's what it is. You just want smoke with me? No, I don't. I literally don't. I was just trying to clarify because it didn't make sense for you to say all women. It made more sense for you to say all other women. And we got there, so I'm good now. I completely understand you now, 100% with no questions, no open-ended curiosities or confusing points left. It just makes our conversations more verbose. The fact that I'm this literal just makes conversations more verbose because you have to be more explicit or else I won't get it. But it's not because I'm trying to fight. It's just because I'm trying to understand. Who are those people? George Costanza. Oh, I know them. I didn't know I didn't know Elaine's last name. Wait, is that a good thing or a bad thing? What? I know Elaine is brunette with curly brown hair. Right, brown brunette. She has curly long hair. And I know George Costanza is a short, kind of squat, balding man. And he's sassy and causes problems because he's so full of himself. All of his problems are self-made. So, I don't know. I don't know if you want to be George Costanza. I actually don't really remember too much about Elaine's personality, but I know George probably isn't you. You know what I was talking about? And then acted like you didn't? No, I didn't, and then I did after you explained. It's the other way around. No! You just called yourself George Costanza. Whatever problems you have, you think I made them for myself. Tell the truth. In Overwatch, that is truth. Outside of Overwatch, in real life, I don't know you like that. Take it or leave it. I feel so bad, like, when you go running into the enemy, like, head first, and your team's still like respawning, and then you die and you get mad because you're like, there's no heals. I always question, do I tell him? Does he need to know that he has no heals because he didn't wait for his healers? I don't know. Sometimes I tell you, sometimes I don't. Because by then you're already mad. Why is it the only part you see? Because you keep doing it over and over again. The same way and then getting mad. That's why. I'm concerned. Like, I'm genuinely concerned. Like, are you okay? No, I'm not saying every time. I'm saying when you're losing your marbles over the game, and then you like make it worse for yourself by like you see red, you like completely get blinded. What is it? Like rage vision or something? You like black out and then just get mad, and then you don't really look at the game anymore and you just want to be mad. That's the only time I've ever judged the shit out of you because it's funny. Yeah, I've messed with you too. That's fair. I want to play again. Oh, all this coding is keeping me so busy. I haven't almost played at all. I'd love to play again if you're up for it sometime. And I'll be a good little healer maybe. Hopefully. I might mess around a little bit too though. But yeah. You know. Okay. Look, I have one thing to fix, and it's this bar. Once I fix this, we can all go home and play games. Oops. I'll hit the back button on my mouse. Okay, listen. How do I fix this? I live in Tokyo. And that's irrelevant. Let's look at the code. Went on homepage. And results. Does nothing. Yeah, it's doing nothing. The words here are supposed to be switching up, but it's doing nothing. If I click any of them. Ah! So close. Yet so far. And there's no errors either. Usually... Are you talking about plagues? Like that phase? Huh? What phase? Who's avoiding you? I'm not avoiding you. Who's avoiding you? I'll send them mail, and all it will be is just a picture of your face. While you're wearing the shirt, the Hanzo shirt. Ah. Okay, so this gets called by what? Let's start from the beginning. When the page is open, show hide opens and show hide home opens. Home is working just fine, so don't touch it. But show hide does what? Plague. Okay. I just wanted to, yeah. People avoid you like the plague? Maybe it's just because there is a plague that they avoid you. And that it's not personal. On Overwatch. Oh, specifically. Oh, like the avoids? I'm sorry, I'm distracted. I really want to finish this code. It's like there's one thing left. It's always like one thing. Like I'll fix something and then something else breaks. Then I'll fix the last thing and then something else breaks. It's so tough. You know what? I'm gonna turn the light on. I'll be right back. Okay, I don't know if this light's gonna make things better or worse. It's so dark in here. Oh, I look funny. Well, at least the green screen won't be all over my face. Ugh. How do you know that people are avoiding you? I know, like, the top players, when they all play, like the professionals or whatever, they have problems, like, especially the Lucio players. When you get to really, really top ranks in competitive, there's so few people who are up there to, like, oh, there's green screen. There's so few people to play with that if like just a small number of people avoid you, then like your queue time is really long. And then they actually give you like an alert on the screen, like your queue time's gonna be really long because everyone avoided you. Hmm. Okay, I gotta talk this out, I think. So when the page opens, show hide function runs, it looks at the sidebar, and then it looks at the history, and it says if there's history, show the sidebar. And if there's no history, hide the sidebar. As soon as I log on, everyone stops playing. Aww. Aww, that's so sad. I want to play. I don't have class tonight. Maybe if you're free, we can play tonight. I know that's like no notice at all, but it's like you're not even a derp anymore. Oh, you know, is anyone on now? I can't play right now, but I'm curious. I think a lot of the derpies are like really busy actually. Me for one, with like this coding stuff. Noodle has a job now. Currently with COVID, I don't know if he's well enough to play or do anything. Mokash had a baby. He's busy. North is also in college. He's busy. Acid still plays, but only rarely. You're designing a website. Oh, that's cool. Can I know about it? Clank doesn't play anymore because he gets tilted. DC doesn't play anymore because he's too busy. He works too much. Jello is in college and really busy. There's you. You've only been away for 5 hours. Tiso plays every single day, just about. This is the first time I've seen him where it says away for 2 days. Alabaster doesn't really play anymore. Alucard plays, but I think he has weird hours. Ben's been away. Offline for 2 years. Hippie plays like very rarely. A lot of the Derp Squad doesn't play. I think it's mostly you and me right now, to be honest. Darth Derp. Actually, Darth Derp plays religiously every day, but he starts Eastern time like midnight or 11 p.m. Dirt plays sometimes. Fish has been gone for a while. He hasn't played in like forever. Cade plays. You have to ask him to though. And Merely plays all the time. Actually, no, he's been playing Stardew Valley. Lynx plays? I know, I didn't say anything. But I hesitated on that too. He's fine there. I'll leave him there. Jello's other account. Ratland doesn't play anymore. RL? I don't know if he plays anymore. I don't see him online too much. But I think he does play. Sad Jello is Happy Jello's friend. Also at college. Also busy. Rainbow plays? Yeah, look at these. Offline for a year. Oh, Tiberius plays too. But he's also very busy. As his other accounts. I wonder if we can convince Arknor to play. Lynx is moving? Did she move already? Oh. You're within range of each other. That's cool. You're just gonna go anyways. Okay. It's still cool to go visit. What does most recent search do? It looks at last city. If there's something in there, it doesn't do anything. If there is something in there, it puts the weather on the screen. That's good. What else does it do? Why did this break? Yeah. Personal TwitchCon? I dig it. Okay. Wow. That's really funny. That's really, really funny. Most recent search. Change window location path name. Here and here and here. Probably. Alright, what's going on? Does that do anything? Boop, 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 boop. No, does nothing. Why is my event listener not working? Boop. Boop, boop, boop. It's not working. Alright, so most recent search is not getting called, I guess. But it's only in 2 places. Huh? Welcome back! I'm still stuck. Right where I was before. Star Fox, what's up, BBL? Saravi, I'm still at the point where I had this working and now it's not. I'm so... A butt lift? What's the other B for? There's only one B in butt. Uh, isn't that a surgery? That's a surgery. What? Or is it not? Do I even want to know? Why? 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 Alright. Does this even get called at all? Boop. 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 No. Why not? It only gets called when the page loads. So if I put a thing here and then I refresh, does it get called? Yes. Oh, wait, let's test that again. Wait. Something in here is weird, right? If it's null and it's not, skip to else, call the weather, look at history. If there's stuff in the history, then do stuff. All right, so it's gonna do stuff. So if I look at history button L right now, Prince Royal, what's going on? I'm trying to do coding right now. It's different, but it's fun. What are you up to? Ew, Star Fox. How do you know that they're doing that if they're not in your house? Are you spying on your neighbors? Yeah, right? I'm taking classes and stuff, Prince. Maybe I'll call you Royal. Feels weird calling you Prince. You're not him. Up to nothing? More like up to no good. Just kidding. What have you been doing lately? Sorry. Cement and fix a flat? Star Fox, I don't know what you're talking about. It sounds like you're talking about medical practices that are not medical. No. Yeah, I've been calling you Royal. I don't know why I said Prince. I guess because I just read it out loud first. Illegal BBL? Why? Star Fox, why are you spying on your neighbors? You're avoiding the question. Alright, first for loop. This thing is the first button. That's good. And then... And then what? Yeah, otherwise how would you know that? Like, you'd think if they're doing a private medical procedure in their own house, how do you know that they're doing that? Like, how else? Oh, and then it skips. Why does it skip? Did it just go around again? And do none of those things? 0 again? Oh my god, okay. The That's so weird though. All right, it's making all the event listeners. And then what? It's just doing that? Where are we at right now? At 5, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We need to get to 7. 6. Okay, this should be 7. Yeah. I couldn't fathom of another way you'd know about someone else's business going on in their own home that you're not in. I literally wasn't that, I just wasn't that creative enough to like come up with that convoluted thing. This again is why we can't rise as a people. What? Wow. You just called me racist over you spying on your neighbors. Just kidding. But you did just call me racist. I don't appreciate that. Not even as a joke. Like, call me out if I'm doing it, but don't call me out if I'm not doing it. Yes, it is. You just said we can't rise as a people. You say that when you're talking about black people. Okay? Uh-huh. See, this is exactly why I told you I don't like to make assumptions on what you mean, because if I go one way, you could say, yeah, sure, you're right. You made the right assumption and you understand me. And if I go another way, you could be like, no, fuck you. You're wrong. Why would you even assume such a thing? This is why I'll make you tell me exactly what you mean, because half of the time you don't mean it. Or I guess on what you mean and you did mean that, but then because I guessed on it, you switched it up to the other way. Like, just to prove me wrong or something. I don't think you would do that on purpose, but it's a trust issue I have for sure. No, I want me to be wrong when I'm wrong. That's what I want. And I want to know the difference. Oh my god. This is so weird. For the record, though, back to the point, it's still unusual to know what your neighbors are up to, unless you're like up in their business. So that's why I was like, it's kind of weird. I don't think we're on a first name basis anymore. You're gonna have to call me Derp. I don't know. We've had too many misunderstandings today. No, I actually prefer people calling me Derp when we're closer like that. This is stupid, but like Derp sounds so much nicer than fail, I think. You think your neighbors are NPCs? Wait, what did you say to your mom? The first name basis? Maybe they get their groceries delivered. Alright. So, I paused the code. I'm still looking at this. All the event listeners have been made, right? But I'm thinking... Now this event list is being made. That's done. I think it's not working. All the event listeners, yes, yes. Then it gets the weather. From most recent location. I want to say this isn't working correctly because the event listeners are being made in a code or in a function, and it only loads on page load. It doesn't just always listen. Damn. Then what about the fail files? I mean, you can call them that. That's fine. Derp dumps is no good. No. I don't know if you remember Sebastian, that guy who was like, had that weird parasocial relationship with me and like got really weird. But he was the one, everyone was calling me derp, even DC and everybody. But Seb decided to call me fail. He was a parasocial creep. And I didn't understand because I was in a dark place and had like severe depression. Yeah, he tried to manipulate me into a lot of things. He's the abuser I post about on Twitter. So he's out of here. Yeah. So, well, I have family ones anyways. You can say whatever you want. But he convinced me that he was the best thing to ever happen to me. And for a while, I was like, yeah, sure. I just didn't understand. Like, I didn't know people could be like that. And so he manipulated me pretty bad. But he was the one that started calling me fail. And people started changing over to calling from derp to fail. Yeah, it's fine. But that's why sometimes I don't like when the OG people like you call me fail, because it feels bad. It reminds me of that. If new people do it, I don't care. Or if like Cade does it, I don't care, because Cade was like really, really into Seb. Or like, yeah, like Jello's some new people, like he wouldn't know. By then, like half the people call me one thing and half the people call me the other. It's stupid. I know it's really stupid, but like, it's just stuck in my head like that. Easy for people to ruin things, I guess, because I'm so sensitive. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, you got the VIP badge. You're like an OG. So I feel maybe a little bad about saying that, because like, well, now I have to. I'm like dictating what you should call me, and it's just a online pseudonym anyway, so it's like kind of dumb. Yeah. Because some people can call me fail and it doesn't really mean anything. I just have like that association stuck in my head, if you know what I mean. Mhm. Thank you. You can call me Chicken Nugget. Yeah, I'm down. I hopefully have learned my lesson. Because shit, that was terrible. Mm. Chicken Nugget, it is. Okay. I don't know why, but sometimes food names are really endearing. Like, I've made so many nicknames for my friends over time, like high school days and stuff. um, is that okay since you don't eat meat? I guess it's fine since I'm not a food. But yeah, I had a friend named Nacho. It was like animal names and food names. That was the biggest thing. Okay, cool. I had like, there was a nacho and a sheep, and one of them was homo. She wasn't gay or bi, but I don't know. We got weird nicknames. Some of them, like that one, were really inappropriate. Then there are other dumb ones like Power Rangers guy, things like that. But I think food, especially for whatever reason, is just like a really endearing thing. And like, I think that's really common in other languages too. Like in French, um, mon petit chou, chou fleur, that's like a little cabbage, or like my little head of cabbage. Oh. It's like a pet name in France. Or mon lapin is my little bunny. So, I don't know. I guess it's not too strange to have food as a pet name or a nickname. You're going to Paris! Oh my god! Tell me everything. Before, during, and after. Okay, maybe not during, because you'll be enjoying it, but I need to know. I can give a little bit of advice too. I spent a week there when I was doing study abroad, and I did like a week visit to just live there. The long story short was someone in my program who was nice to me at the time was super rich, and her dad let her rent an apartment for a week and said, "Hey, if you want to come, you can come for free." And I was like, "Free? Yeah." So we went our separate ways in Paris, and she did her own thing, and I did mine, and it was really fun. So I have some stories for you, or places to recommend, but I'm sure if you go on Google, it's the same thing. That would be so cool. Also, I think I'm done working on this project. I think I need help, and I think I'm in trouble. Like, I'm pretty sure I need help. You loser. Don't be messing with the French people's traditions. Alright, listen. If you want to do that in France, you need to know the proper terminology, because if you mess this up, you are going to be asking for the wrong thing. Bisou, say it with me, bisou is the little kiss kiss, you know? You can also just say this word and not actually do the thing. Bisou is the greetings, hello, and goodbye, kiss kiss. And it is not this word. Do not say this word, bise. A bise is a fuck. Like the action of having sex. The noun. Don't use this one. They're similar, but they're not the same, and they can be confused very easily. So bisou, say it again, bisou is the cute little hello, goodbye, kiss kiss. Yeah? But if we go to this word, bis, here's where it gets tricky. As a noun, it is literally a kiss. Mwah. It is just a singular kiss, right? But if you use bees the wrong way, like you can see here, it's a noun. We're good. Everything's all right. But if you use it as a verb, which sounds the same as this and is spelled the same as this sometimes, then you're talking about doing the deed. So I would recommend skipping this word entirely. The verb that we're talking about is baiser. I think when you conjugate it, it looks like bees. Let's see. Maybe not. Baise, baise, baise. Baison, baiser, baise. Nope. What am I thinking of? I don't teach this lesson often in my classes because it's K through 12. So I apologize. It's been a little while. Scheißen is shit. Oh, yeah. Scheißen versus schießen. That's funny. Oh, no. Okay, here's one more thing. Bisous. La carte de la bise. Here's something that will blow your mind, Star Fox. You really need this. I really don't think you'll be kissing anybody. But two more things. Depending on the region of France that you are in, um, dictates the cultural norm on how many kisses there are. So I lived in this purple region in Montpellier. Like this, make it bigger. This black area is the water, the Mediterranean Sea. And so like right in this curve, like right here, I think is Montpellier, and it's purple, and you can see trois, right? There's 3 bees, and you have to know if you're facing a person, you point your face to the left. You always start left because they're going to go to their left, and that means you don't actually smush your lips to their lips by going the same direction at the same time. This is European counting. Americans count 1, 2, 3. Europeans count 1, 2, 3. I'm accustomed to doing that from teaching French for so long. I like to teach all kinds of things, including gestures like that. No. Well, if you don't lean in for it, you know, they're not going to think that you're going in for la bise, to do the little bisou, right? So, no. It's not usually done with strangers anymore. I think France is becoming a slightly Americanized with the whole handshake thing. But this is good to know anyway, in case you get put into that situation. For example, when I was young and I was in France, living in this place, I went to go in for la bise, and my teacher had told me that it's actually a kiss. So, if my hand is this person's face, I knew to lean like left and then right and then left. But what I actually did is instead of like putting my cheek on his cheek and doing a little cheek tap and then kissy sound in his ear, like next to his ear, like what you're supposed to do, I actually straight up went on his face, like where his cheek is. And he looked at me like, "What did you just do?" It was bad. It was so bad. So it's not actually a real kiss. Like, you're not touching your mouth to them. Your cheek is actually tapping on theirs very lightly. I'm not doing that. That's not what you're supposed to do. It's cheek tap with kissy sound. Mwah. That's it. But look, where is Paris? I think it's this orange spot. So look, only 2. Which my guess is left and then right and then stop. Le nombre de bis selon les régions de la francophonie d'Europe dans l'enquête d'Euro 3 en fonction des pourcentages maximaux obtenus par département en France, en Provence et canton. Yeah. Okay, so this is the map where they're like separating them by region on the average. Most people do 3 or 2 or 4 or 1. This is where 1 is the most prevalent. This is where 2 is the most prevalent. This is where 3 is the most prevalent. Like, you can see these extreme cultural differences here. You don't like people touching your face? Yeah, what about the Muppets? Are you discriminating against Muppets? Yeah, look at that. Paris is white. On the 4 B's. Yeah, looks like you'll be doing... Wait, what was it? 2? Where's Paris? 2. Wait, what did I do? I was just reiterating what Zarknor said. No, you know what, forget it. Tell me what's Why is it coming at the right time? Hey, you can be a Muppet and still discriminate against Muppets. Just putting that fact out there. That's okay. What is that? Augmented reality glasses? You want to be in Paris and have the glasses? It looks like a gaming thing. I feel like this is gonna give you headaches at first. It also looks like you're gonna need data to get them to work, which also would not be very accessible when you go to Paris. Wait, you want to do travel gaming? Does it work offline? Where does it get the data from? Because look, that's got the weather app and like there's a Wi-Fi thing. This is cool. Just asking. Like, will this work offline? Like, look at all these internet dependent apps. Bluetooth? Okay. Learn more. This website is so ugly. It's hard to look at because there's so much shit that's just moving around unnecessarily. Please just give me information. Oh my god, I'm still scrolling. Okay, I'm still scrolling. I was consistently scrolling. It makes you pause and then look at it. Oh my god, please. It works with 5G compatible smartphones that have Qualcomm in them. Phone only? Wow. Please, this website is so bad. How did you even look at this? Starfox, how did you get through all this, like sift through all this information and visual stimulus? It's so much. Light case notepad, VR cover. Yes. Oh, it's country specific because of the tech that's in it. Smartphones that get 5G that use Qualcomm. It looks like it may not be compatible with cell service in France. It looked for you? That's cool. Buy the glasses and play Flappy Bird? That'd be funny. Well, look. I'm assuming you'll be using Wi-Fi, which then makes this irrelevant. But if you're trying to use data, it would appear that France phone telecommunications companies don't support this technology. Like Orange. Yes, there's a company called Orange in France. I can't think of the others. Show me the ones in France. What the hell is this? Yeah, I'm still curious if it'll work or not because I wonder if you can talk to their customer service to verify because it looks like it pairs with certain like providing companies like Vodafone, Verizon, T-Mobile. KDDI. Like here. Um Orange is the like one of the biggest companies that does internet and phones in France. But ooh, I don't even know some of the others. Some of them might be smaller, like regional ones. I don't know. You have T-Mobile? Yeah, me too. Yes, but this is T-Mobile Germany. T-Mobile might not service France. So, what I would recommend is if you're very interested in doing this, um, confirm with Unreal that you can use this product in that country. Mhm. Yeah. So, and if you're using an international SIM, you won't be using T-Mobile anyway. You'll be using whatever phone service telecommunications provider that's there, I think. Right? I don't know. I would just ask them the big questions because this makes me think it might not work. I don't know. Hopefully it does. Teach me more words. Orange. Bisous. mm, actually, I think I gotta go. Just because I'm gonna not be home alone anymore. I don't really want to be on stream while there's other people around. I think what I need to do off stream is compare when this was working with what it is now and just see like if I revert it, what functionalities am I going to be missing? And can I merge those functionalities back in some other way where it won't break? Hmm? I grew up in a house with a red door. So that would make sense. My mom was so proud of it. She painted it red herself. So, I don't know. Mm. In France? Um, I'm actually not familiar with that belief. There's a lot of regional beliefs of things that I don't know. So I can't confirm. Yeah, I don't know. Genuinely, I'm not sure. It was in a movie? Red Door France Superstition? I'll look it up with you. Hmm. Could have just been for the movie though. There's nothing that comes up quickly, so maybe not. A call girl is a green light? What? I've never heard of that. Or not white light? What intimate words do I need to avoid? Says the pastor who really just secretly wants to learn the intimate words. Okay. Oh no. um Honestly, most of speaking French is just knowing how to be polite. Like you use formal speak when you have just met someone and they're not familiar to you. And the informal is used with people you've become familiar with and you're like friendly. Sometimes people will even tell you, like, yeah, it's okay to use like the relaxed forms of words and speech with me. And I don't know who that would be if you're only going to be there for like a short amount of time. Yeah, I know your wife speaks French. Um, so like, if you're talking to a person, there's two words for you. And they have different connotations. So like tu is for like your best buddies or your wife or your daughter. Like children, you can use tu. Whereas if you meet someone on the street and you're like, "Hey, how do I get to the museum?" and you use tu, they'll be like, "You jerk. Get out of here, jackass." Some of them will be like very visibly upset, and some of them will be like, "Oh, it's a tourist." It's just two letters, T and U. Um, and like, yeah, so use it with kids and like basically no one else. Your family and your kids or other people's kids are fine. Um, anyone who seems like much younger, like under 18. If they're a stranger, a nude beach in Paris, yeah, landlocked Paris definitely has nude beaches. I hope you enjoy them. Um, the so like for other people, you want to use vous. Vous is the you that's like polite no matter who you're talking to. Oh, I mean, there's a river, but it's not like a river with a beach. You said you're going to Paris, so don't be sheesh and me. You're probably going on the boat ride that's on the river. What? I don't understand your last message. Sorry. We're 22 what? Oh, and how many misunderstandings we've had? Well, you add another then. Yeah. um, let's see. What else? Yeah, tu and vous are good to know. Vous for everybody. Vous can also be for a group of people. Like if you're saying like, "Hey, you guys," "Hey, y'all," that's vous. So it can be for a singular person that you're like not super familiar with, or like a group. So like, oh, if you're doing your pastor stuff, if you do your like pastoring in French, you would use vous like all the time because you're talking to the group. Um, that'd be cool. Another polite thing is like knowing how to say hello and goodbye to someone. Oh, my glasses. Knowing how to say hello and goodbye to someone is like the simplest gesture you could do to just start off on the right foot. The French are very concerned with certain acts of politeness, which is greeting people. If you don't greet someone before you address them, like, I need something from you, I'm going to buy this, how much is it? Like, if you skip that and just jump straight into, like, whatever it is that you want, um, you can do eye contact. It doesn't matter. They're European, so it's like the same. Eye contact is like the same here and there. Like, generally, people do eye contact. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's a problem. And then, so like, here's a good hello and goodbye thing. If like remember we were talking about formal and informal with tu versus vous, same thing. An informal hello with like good friendos and families that you know is like salut. You probably won't use that, but knowing when to say hello versus when to say good evening is like the one. They'll be like, "Oh, you know things." They might not say it, but like they'll think it. Hello or get slapped. Well, hello or have the rudest experience of your life. Like people, Americans will go and they think that their customer first, service second bullshit is like a worldwide um value, and it's just not true. So they'll be like, "Yes, I'd like a whatever, please." Yeah, huh? Yeah, no, no mustard. You know, like they'll immediately start demanding things. Whereas in France, it's not like that. It's person one and person two, right? So you have to acknowledge them as their like acknowledge their humanity first, like say hello. So um if it's daytime up to like 4 or 5 p.m., you'd say bonjour, right? Your typical hello. And if it's after, let's say 4-ish, 5-ish, then it's bonsoir. It's still hello, but the evening version. Like back in the day in English, we'd say good day. Oh, good evening, right? You can't say good day like when it's dark out. You have to say good evening. None of us are fancy enough to do that anymore. We just say hello or hi for everything. But in France, they're still fancy enough to acknowledge the time of day when they greet each other. So bonjour, bonsoir. A nap and a tea? No. No, that's more like Spain and Italy. And then tea is more like UK. That's like all of Europe smushed together. Yeah, you can get tea and you can take naps, but it's just not like a super French thing. Italy does that. Like if you try and go to a business during like nap hours, you're shit out of luck. Hope you're not hungry because there's nothing out there. Like yeah, probably I think it's the same for Spain. You don't drink wine? No merci. Yeah, no thank you is fine. It's literally just non merci. No, thank you. Having a curry? What's that? Yeah, in French it's fun because the non is a nasal sound. There's actually an N on the end of that. The O and the N make that nasal sound where it sounds like you're like closing up your nose. Non. I can do it without holding my nose, but if you do like this, no, it makes the same sound. Yeah. That's a sound that we don't have in English, so don't sweat it if you can't do it right away. And it also probably feels kind of awkward because it's like not a sound you're used to making. Non merci beaucoup le temps. uh, no thank you. No thank you a lot. Yeah, I guess you could do that. All right, listen, you could say non merci, or you could say non merci beaucoup. The pause has to be in the right place. If you don't pause between non and merci beaucoup, it's gonna be confusing. Pepe Le Pew, yeah. Yeah, I learned French from him too. And how to be a pervert. He always made me feel weird, and I didn't understand why. It's like a weird thing to put on a kid's show. Omelette de fromage! That's from Dexter's Laboratory. Yeah, he was bad. Fun fact about the word omelet. The technically correct spelling in English is the first one, O-M-L-E-T. In American English, sorry. And then in France and Europe, they spell it the way that it's spelled in French, omelette. You'll see in American restaurants that sell omelets or like books or whatever, it could be spelled either way. But technically, there is a difference. Like, you know how gray and gray is like with an E when you go to England, and then it's with an A if you're here? Yeah. Oh, you're making an omelet? I don't know what I'm gonna have for dinner. I feel like I had a really small lunch. My brain is definitely done for today. I'm not going back to the code. I'm probably gonna hop off in the next 5 minutes. So I'm gonna end the stream in 5 minutes probably, and then make food because I had a small lunch, that like soup that we were talking about earlier, and I don't know what dinner will be, but I'm excited to eat. You're gonna speak French and English? No, I gotta go. I really, really, really wanted to finish this code today, and I'm a little disappointed that I wasn't able to do it on stream, especially with however the hell long it's been. Uptime is almost 6 hours. If I were more efficient, or smarter, or had better critical thinking skills, I'd be done by now. But I let myself get distracted, and I don't know. I just feel a little bad about not being able to finish it. I feel like that's been an adequate enough time. And I was really close, too. Like, it was really, really close. But for whatever reason, it just didn't happen. Something happened, and then it got messed up. You can speak Spanish and Russian? I don't even know what that means. That's confusing. I'm looking at my code now. Go figure. Yeah, the forms work, and the buttons now don't. So at least I have somewhere to look at. Forms work and buttons do not work now. So I'll have to look at code where the forms are working and see how they are interrupting the buttons. There we go. Hey, Acid. Just in time for end of stream. What's that? How you doing, buddy? You watched her write in her diary? She wanted you to see it? Did you ever ask why, I guess? I wonder why. Maybe it was like she wanted to be recognized for her abilities, or maybe she was like missing that culture that. Oh, you only knew her for a very short amount of time. Oh, okay. We'll never know. That's so cool though, being able to write in multiple languages. I know how to write in multiple languages, but I don't know how to write using multiple alphabets. I only use the Roman alphabet. A mission in Wisconsin. Like a religious mission? Like where you go build a house or like tell people about Jesus? Or both? What kind of mission? Were you a spy? Military mission. What's a military mission in Wisconsin? Mission Wisconsin. Oh, is that like when you're in the National Guard and then you have to suppress some riots or dissenting civilians or something? I can't think of why else one would be deployed to the United States. Yeah, National Guard, okay. Wisconsin Uprising National Guard? Was it in 2011? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not super familiar with how that works, so I apologize. It'd be interesting to learn about, though. Because I really don't know how that works almost at all. That's cool, though, that you get to travel a lot. It's probably hard on you, though. Help them with their trainings. Okay, cool. Wait, so are you in tech or something? Or were you? Yeah, I remember you were like, oh, I wish I had a job. or something like that. Because then I started talking about being unemployed too. Military is tough to keep up with. They like never let you rest. IT specialist. Dang. That's probably a pretty decent job. It's probably still tough though. I'm getting so tired. I gotta call it. IT specialist for the military. I'd love to know how many IT specialists they need. I feel like being an IT specialist ruin your lower back. Holy shit. I would not have expected that. Aw. That's just the best. He's been lurking all day. Oh, I'm sorry your back is ruined. Hope you recover. I was thinking of raiding somebody. She's doing a Mario Kart 8 Deluxe game. However, I'm concerned because sometimes her streams have like random sounds that are really loud. So if you have headphones, I'd recommend maybe not going to this channel. If you use speakers, then maybe it's not that big of a deal. But I will say, AJ does have some really excessively loud stream alerts, so be warned. Anyway, I've got a call at the end of the stream now. My voice is tired, and I need to rest it a little bit and take a break from looking at code. So, thanks everyone for being here, for your support. Passive, active, chatting, chilling, lurking, all of that stuff. I do appreciate everyone here and everyone who didn't get to come. So I'll see you next time, probably, hopefully next week. I'll be working on my next project. So we'll see what happens. Maybe I'll get one in, another stream in between, but Tuesday's my goal if I can. So yeah, thanks for being here. See you next time.
You know, the Sonic helmet, that is kind of me.